Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
Look. Let's just over. Sit take the ball
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the like and share this video. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday today, because I am. You know, the topic that I'm touching on here, I understand some people, they are going to pretend like it is such a sensitive topic. I've been watching, and I'm going to give you brief history about myself. Because here's the thing, what most Africans need to understand, you know, what they need to understand about this ideology called Pan-Africanism, right? That is being pushed. You have no clue about that. The mentality of the people that are bringing this to you, you don't know their mentality, because they have adapted and learned a system that is detrimental to them. Imagine you know, let me look at myself. Let me give you an example. You know, very, very much cultured. I'm from the Soninke tribe. I know most of you know this. I hear a lot of people say, these Africans, they are tribalists. How can you speak of something that you don't know? Today, I'm going to clear the airwaves, because it is time for most of you Africans to start being proud of who you are. Being proud of yourself doesn't mean you have to demean or fight someone else. You see, the culture that you're finding yourself in, there's a system they have, a hierarchy. So pretty much you are a fish, right? You find yourself in a forest. There's water over there. You could continue being a fish. But you see, these people, they climb trees. You know, this is their nature. They climb trees. Your nature is to be in the water. But now, you started challenging the climbers. But your nature is not to climb. Pretty soon you would find out you are not as good or as smart as the climber because your nature is not climbing. And pretty soon you would start asking about equality. You see, if you understand who you are cultured, your history is what you go by. You never compare yourself to other people. I grew up in a multicultural society. Yes, I know many don't understand that phrase coming from the Western world. Because when they say multicultural, multi-ethnic, they are speaking of skin color. You can go back and check out my videos. Many months ago, I did several videos about the slavery because I've had people misrepresent it. I'm going to clear that air as well. But with that slavery, that's how, the blacks ended up in America. The blacks used to leave, their ancestors are from Africa. Did you understand what I said there? Their ancestors were in Africa. So slavery in America ended almost 150 years ago. You see? So that means over generations, the blacks who were brought from Africa. Look, you and I, we don't know the circumstances, but if you're smart, you would pay attention and read history. So what happened then has absolutely nothing to do with you or I. You see, that's before our time. You see, those people that used to live back during those days, it's not only the Africans, by the way. If you read world history, you would understand that this is how humans back in those days used to operate. They enslave each other. This is what they did. You see? And in fact, I have heard some lost souls say things like, oh, our ancestors were just kidnapped from Africa, And when you bring up the fact, okay, slavery has been in Africa long before the white man showed up. How do you explain that? They're like, oh, it's just a collaboration. But many people do not want to hear the truth. This is just the truth of the world. It's the reality. If people are not telling you this, they are lying to you. They are lying to you. You cannot travel back in time and change whatever you are upset about. You have no control over what tribe, what group you would belong to. That's absolutely out of your control. I understand sometimes I bring topics people claim is controversial, but I'm speaking the truth. I'm talking about what is real. And people, especially in the Western world, they don't want to face reality. I believe that the truth shall set you free. People would tell their children, tell the truth, tell the truth. And you look at them, they themselves, they always run away from the truth. They want to create this fake fantasy. It's like they have a written script. So you are just the subject of that script. They want you to come and walk right into that script. All fake, all baloney. And I'm going to pull all that out here today. As I said, like I said, I'm from the Soninke tribe. The way I was raised in a multi-ethnic society. There's other tribes there, and they're still there today. They have their own culture. I have my own culture. We speak our own language. They speak their own language. That's the official language is English. But you see, my tribe, right? We are not that many but we're spread around West Africa. Because you see, my tribe practice exclusivity. Exclusivity. You see, they make sure if you are not part of the tribe, you can't marry a woman from that tribe. But I'm pretty sure with this internet age, many people violate that rule. You see, when I talk about this, there are many people, they act like me that's talking about a culture that's been in place for Lord knows however long. Even though my culture practice, they've been in Islam going almost 1,000 years. But most of our roots, foundation, our culture, even Islam couldn't change it. They still cannot change it. So people that believe in this idea of, okay, since we're all black, we are all one and the same. I'm like, okay, all right. So now you tell me the people who are themselves, because you're telling the person, walk away from your identity. Usually it's from people who you would complain and say, hey, the white man took away my identity, my mores, my fourways. So you're upset at this. But now you're coming to me, preaching to me, telling me, look, your identity, your whole soul, everything that you are, you should give that up and just say, be something else that I created for you. Isn't that what you told me as an African? That's what the white man did. But when that doesn't work, then you get others who say, oh, the Africans are colonized. And to be honest, there are Africans who are deeply colonized mentally. See, people think it's a physical thing. But when you come to America, blacks are way more colonized than Africans. It makes sense. I mean, come on. Blacks have been living here for what, 400 years almost? Or more? So it naturally makes sense, for them because they've mixed with the white people over time. They've mixed with the white people over time. But why is it that when you acknowledge and know that this is the truth, ask yourself this, why do people get upset over this? We all have a history. And then some would come and say, oh, you all Africans sold us. Which Africans? I've never sold anyone. You haven't been sold. So common sense is out the door because of the educational system in America. Yes. You have to remember, they've been working on the blacks for a long time, for over 100 years. Most black people don't understand that. The system has been working. Think about it. These were Africans originally. They were Africans who were brought here. So to maintain them, to keep them as slaves, you have to cut them from their roots. That's what they did. This is why, if you read even in the history, they would bring people from the same areas, right? Like people from the same tribes. They don't put them in the same plantations. They didn't used to do that because they will be able to communicate with one another and be independent. So it's like literally from the time those blacks, those Africans got here, changing who they are began from right then and there when they started stamping them, changing their names. Did you see Roots, Kunta Kinte? Like some people come, they will try to say it's a myth. Whether it is myth or reality, this is how it used to be. But we are not those people. You see, many people don't know how to separate themselves from different eras. That's how these people used to live back then. In Africa, they sold people. The Africans themselves had slaves. Some people say, oh, being the African slavery wasn't so bad. Oh, really? How would you like to be somebody's property, whether black, blue, or green? So some people, they take this skin color thing way too far. How would you like to be anybody's slave? I don't want to be anybody's slave. Like I don't care how black you are. Why can't I be free just like you, as free as you are? You see? So it makes no sense. Most people want to come back and try to relitigate these things and try to accuse each other of these things. And I see some Africans engage in these arguments, you know. And I've heard many also say the black people disrespect them, the black people hate them, you know. They tell you bad experience about the blacks here. And I will tell you my experience about the blacks when I came to America. And you'll be very surprised that my experiences with the blacks have always been pleasant, believe this or not. Even, when I worked in the prison, where majority, they bring lots of blacks. Honestly, I've always had, great relationship, with the blacks. Because the thing is, first, I noticed in this society, in America, I used to hang out with, people from my country a while ago, many years ago. So we would go out and I would notice, right? Back then, back then, being African, wasn't quote unquote cool. For whatever reason, this is what I'm saying. When people come to this country, they lose their way. You start eyeing other people's way of living. Look, I'm a rational person. I would pick up and learn positive things from anybody. But I'm not trying to be you. I am me and you are you. When I interact with people, I bring something to the table, but I continue to remain being me. You see, I'm not going to give up my principles. I'm not going to give up, my culture, because every human has to have a foundation that their life is built upon. So I don't get in those arguments, but I would notice, right, when people talk to us and they would ask some of these people, they would lie and say they are Jamaicans. I've even seen one who would say they are from Baltimore. They would lie about things like this, right? But the people they're talking to, lying to, know that, these people are lying. Like they would, when they ask me, I would tell them I am from the Gambia. And and they would these people would have more interest in talking to me than them, because they notice these people are not even proud of who they are. So when people say you're proud of who you are, they think they are supposed to put other people down. You see, the reason why I'm giving this is even during those times when you go to clubs, let's be real. It is, mostly black people who laugh at Africans or hostile to them. To be honest, I have never experienced this, but I have seen it. I have seen it. You see, because the way I carry myself, I don't enter into silly stuff like that. You see, because I understand people, like I'm very observant. I look at the education system. You see, if you truly want to know, if you want to know the deepest, dirtiest secret of a society, go to their prisons. Some silly Africans, they come around, they are just focused on thinking they are looking for money. I'm here to learn education. Education. I went to that prison to learn, to see how this society is run. When you enter that prison, you would see how this society is run. Because remember, the people that are taken to the prison are from this society. They were born and raised in this society. You look at the teachings, you have access to the files to read, you know. But I see many, few Africans that work in that system. They are not interested in reading about this. They just want to do their shift. They are not paying attention. So I want to be able to bring knowledge back to my people. I want to be able to tell them about this society that I've been living in. But if you're not paying attention, you're not reading their books, some of you that are from places like the Gambia, how many white people especially have you seen come and live amongst us there? Or they live in the village, they would say they are Peace Corps. Many of them would start even learning our languages, and they are fluent in it. So from the time I was a child, I paid attention, I'm studying. I said, that's how it goes. But many of you see things as negativity. Take what you can take from it. Take what you can take from it. What Africans, especially from Gambia, what our people lack is information. This is why their human interactions, you would feel like these people are docile, they are slow, because the education system there is poor and terrible. They want to teach people about the Quran. I know some of you are going to be upset, but what can the Quran fix? It cannot teach you how to fix your society. Many Gambians, especially this year, go look at it, how much money they went and spent in Saudi Arabia, while the society is poor, destitute, the place is dusty, and the people cry every day. They said they are poor and destitute, right? So this type of conversations, people don't want to have it because it's like they don't realize that when a human baby is born, a human child is like a computer. For instance, if you buy your iPhone and you didn't download any softwares in it, apps, can you use it? Just the blank iPhone by itself is nothing. But you see, the child takes after. They take after their parents. This is why when you hear some of these parents, they're like, no, you can blame the parent for this child's, behavior. Where did this child learn this from? If you're here in America, everything that you're seeing, you would find out that it was taught. They've seen it. Everything, in this society, you go look at the stats or the behavior of the people. They teach them on television. This is in this society. They would brainwash the children. Just look at it right now. They're telling them they are not, like a man is a woman doesn't exist, And you look at it, there are parents who approve of this. They approve of it. So many of your quote unquote Pan-Africans, the people that are insulting you, and you are trying to play this role because you look at the glorious days of the blacks, because the blacks have had glorious days. Don't get me wrong. But the situation of the blacks today in America is not something anyone wants to admire. This is the truth. The blacks have fallen from grace, and many are refusing to accept that fact. You, the African, you're their last ditch effort. But because many blacks in this is why, look at the interaction. When you come, you start interacting with them. I mean, look at how they talk to you if you allow it. This is the truth. I am not here, to try to, tell you what feels good. I want to wake you up to reality because I know both sides. I know the thinking. Because I know most Africans are so naive. They are so naive because of what they see on television. They think in America, people, the blacks, the rappers they see, that's how people live, or the basketball play. But when you get here, reality hits you. Like this is why I gave you a background where I come from. I grew up around people from my tribe who, until today, they have they have lots of money, they own land, lots of it. This is why I showed you my land where people are shooting guns. This is in my DNA. This is what I grew up seeing, owning land, being, living the life I want to live. I do not emulate. I don't copy other people. I don't look at them. This is just me. I grew up seeing this. Most of my relatives, this is how they are. And as a child, I've sat there and hear many stories of our travelers who go and bring back the money. The men are proud of telling you how they started from scratch with nothing to where they are. That's what I aspire to. This is why I use my blood, sweat, and tears, to make things happen. This is why I always make sure I'm the hardest working person to get to where I need to be. But now, when you come around a group of people, because you see, owning land and all this stuff, you have to work for these things. If you want to be in charge of your destiny, you would have to work for it. So you come around people who, they have a different philosophy about life. It doesn't matter where they're from. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. I'm speaking strictly on principle. On principle, your belief system. So when I came to America, I see that, what is pushed and what I see as reality. That's what I'm going to tell you. I'm just telling you facts. Because I was having this conversation with a friend of mine who lived in Europe. I used to tell him about the dynamics in America because he's a very staunch Pan-Africanist. He thinks all the smart Pan-Africanists live in America and the blacks are about Africa. I told him, look, this is just an online thing, Most blacks don't even travel outside their state or even, their neighborhood. I said, those people are not thinking about Africa. You see, they're not thinking about that, and nothing wrong with that. So he visited, and we were talking. He's still here in America, and he lives in the blackest city in America. He went to the East Coast, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, and he was telling me his experience. He was, he's observant. He said he was having a conversation with one of, this black guy. And because he's a Pan-African. So he would think every black person is a Pan-African because this is how the Pan-Africans they think. So he said they were having a conversation. He started talking about why Africa is poor, because Pan Africans like to discuss this with other people as if these people can do anything. So they having this talk. He said he told him how America, European countries, France, they're exploiting Africa. He said the bad guy listened to him, till he finished talking, and the guy, he's like, God bless America. And he was shocked by that. He said the guy's like, hey, I am an American. I don't care about, you know, um, who America exploits. This is where I get my money. And that's the system in America. So most of you come and you start saying you're disappointed. You are acting like you're not used to coming, living, around different cultures. Just continue being you. Respect people for who they are. Don't try to be them. And because you cannot be them, just as they cannot be you. It doesn't matter. So he is very, he's very disappointed, very disappointed. He's like, man, he's like, I'm surprised at how many Black Americans are not Pan African. He said, these guys don't even, all they focus on is, material things, cars and stuff. I said, yeah, like, it's not only the Blacks. That's just, even there are many white people, especially because the Blacks are copying the whites. This is why you hear all this equality stuff, because not all, of course, not all. I don't want people to come up here and say, oh, now Afrodamus is saying all Blacks. No, there are many who don't live like that, because what used to be promoted on TV, they would show where, like, NBA players or like a football player, they would be like the number one draft, right? And this person would always be showing up with their single mother, or sometimes it's white people adopting them. So, like, I used to watch television where they used to do those late night commercials, where they would say, to fight hunger. They would quote unquote say Africa. But I look at it like, I'm like, you know, like what part of Africa? But, I have seen white people also helping people in Africa, but this was so common, right? I'm like, okay, this might be a scam or something. But I look, when I watch on TV, I would see it's common. It's always some white person saving some black boy who would become a star. So I was like, huh, okay, so the white people not only saving, some Africans, they are also saving the blacks here. And then you come around other blacks, the honest truth is not all, but there is so many who they would set such low bars about uh, in life, you know. So like if you have different dream, you cannot be have associating or having conversations with people who believe somebody should be giving them money, whether that person owes or not. Like you don't have time for that, because like if you never believe that, whether the government or whoever should give you money, you are not part of that culture, and rightfully so. When you read in the blacks history, you would see that, their history is different from new people that are coming to America, even though there is skin color. But I have a video to, to play. But before I play that video, I know some people are going to take offense to my thumbnail. The reason why I put that thumbnail there is to show, if you see an ape dressed up like the ape on my thumbnail, is that a real ape? That's not a real ape. It is an ape trying to mimic human beings. And that ape is going to hate being ape because now they think the human clothes, the human materials is superior. So since they don't see the actual apes in those, they think they are above them. This is why you would see, like if you say to the person, you are an ape, to that ape will be upset. They will take it as an insult. But again, the irony, right? But this same ape that I'm showing here, there's a difference between an ape and a human being. An ape, its own animal, its own entity. I know this. Maybe a child might take it in another way. But I have had this conversation where people got upset. Oh, Afridamus, how come you did not get mad when the white person or somebody called some African person an ape? Well, they didn't say that to me. Are you saying now that person saying that to that person? I have to internalize that. I am not an ape. I know an ape is a different entity. If you call me that, I would just assume you are probably confused by your, maybe you didn't take the time to learn, your animals when you were in school. But the point is, why would one be upset at that? But that same individual would turn around and use that onto other people. So before I start these other videos where there's an African who made a documentary to highlight, his intention wasn't to highlight issues, but the real problems that so many other people talk about online. People go back and forth. For example, like this Akata, when I say Akata news, some are going to be upset, right? Imagine this is not the Black people's word, this is not their language, but there are many who are fighting so hard to try to associate that word to themselves and associate it to every African. I learned that the word is a Nigerian word. How can everyone be? How can every African know this? Even the people from that country, Nigeria, I've seen them explain. They say the word Akata is made for like the second generation Nigerians. Because, like people who are born here or sometimes come on vacation. So in Nigeria, when these people go back there from the States, they, they try to project to those people that they are rich over here. They want to project to them that, what those people are seeing on TV, that's how they are, because they would show that even in Nigerian movies. So apparently the locals there, they would call these people Akata. So those people brought that word back to America because, there's this beef. I have always noticed that there's this beef between the blacks and Nigerians because or Ghanaians, because generally they tend to live close to each other, the same neighborhood. You see, when people know each other, you know, like something, whether great peace and respect grows between two of you, or one is going to learn about another's, dirty laundry, and there's going to be a problem. And for many of the Africans that criticize the blacks, and they would criticize them, or they would say, oh, their parents told them not to hang out with the with the blacks. Like they would use the word like akata. I saw even this is supposed to be official. Like I think it's on one of those propaganda channels, right? I'll remember it. But it was Kenyan a Kenyan guy who grew up in the States, and apparently he's telling his story. Like I'm listening to it because, again, these second generations or the Africans that grew up here, many of them also seem like they are disconnected from the African culture. They are not proud of it. So the blacks, they are vicious with the African culture. They look down on Africans. They are ashamed of being Africans. Africans just started being cool. So you have to be steadfast and stand up. And of course, it's not all of them. There are many blacks who are interested in knowing about you. When you tell them the truth about where you come from, they are very interested as well. But the vast majority, they think you, the African, your role should just be the butt of the joke. That's what they think it is. And it's up to you to be the butt of the joke or not. I believe it's an individual thing. This is why another thing I wanted to address before I forget. There was some few Somalians or East Africans who, they came here using the word, calling me an adun, meaning slave, or jirer. Look, do not waste those words on me. Do not, because it's not offensive to me. But I'm glad I'm able to open the dialogue so that people can learn and understand one another. Because there are many of you that think you're superior for whatever reason. I don't know what you were taught, but I see it. But look, I do not bring that attitude to me. Trust me. Like, I don't care about who you are, what you believe in, but be a human being. If you act like a human being, guess what? You would get the best of me. But all these silly talks, and then on top of that, these same people would come here and be upset at me bringing a topic that everyone has been asking. Are Somalis African? Or are they black? Or, all those questions. So you are arguing, no, I'm the same as these people. But then you believe that all these people are slaves. So Africans, this is the role that everybody wants to create for you. They just get upset when people like me point it out. It's like there's this deep secret, and many of you assume the role. You come, I've seen some of you always just kicking, just embarrassing everybody. You see? So this is why when I start talking here, I talk about individual accountability, is because I cannot associate myself to people who don't have any principles, people who don't even know who they are, confused. Because there are, like not all Africans are the same as some of you try to pretend to bring. You try to make it seem like the Africans are the same as blacks. People say, oh, we should start speaking Swahili. Sure. So what's wrong with my Soninke language? How would that be different from the English that I'm speaking now? They are both foreign to me. Trust you and I. If if I'm required to know Swahili to make money, you best believe I will learn Swahili. You'll be shocked. So most of the people who are so weak, who are not clever, they are so lazy, they don't know that language is a tool. They think language is something. You're telling me about somebody else's language, saying you're proud of that. Why would I be, if it's about pride, I would just be proud of my own language. But to me, it is a tool. I even heard some idiots saying, oh, you people in Gambia speak English. That means you don't know your language. Not everyone speaks English, but it's advantageous for you to speak it. Majority speaks their language. The people are proud of who they are. They will never give that up. This is a fact. You might not like it. You might think they should live like the white people. Our people would never give that up. Our people do not believe they are equal to anyone. We have our own culture. We see ourselves a different way, just like everyone else does. That doesn't mean we do not, do business with people. Like if I meet someone, we do business. It doesn't matter if we're from the same place or from the same culture. I would deal with you in an honest manner, and I would expect the same. But you see, you have people who don't believe in this type of principles. When you call it out, these same people will run back and say, oh, when you call them out, they try to bring a group with them. No, sir or ma'am, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you, not everybody else. But the hyena mentality, that's what many exercise, not only online, even on the streets, what you're seeing. Because, the hyena culture is matriarchy. The female hyena is in charge. And go figure why hyenas are wild. But I don't want to keep you waiting. Let me play something here real quick to show you that these things, when you hear them, don't play into it. Because you're not an ape. You are watching somebody who is broken. Literally. You are not their problem. You are not. Let the person figure out what their own problem is. You're seeing many who are trying to turn Africa into a rehab center. But when they go there and disappointed, they want to blame you. You see? So, it is time for you to wake up and really think about what you are seeing instead of always looking to be entertained. This is, to me, literally, this is the second scramble for Africa. When I said Africa would be recolonized, many places would be recolonized, people got upset at me. How dare you, Afridamus, you're a self-hater. Oh, really? Do you not see what is happening? You have people who are trying to bring you revisionist history, trying to deny in your face that even Liberia was colonized. Can you imagine that? Like, what is going on? You guys better wake up. It's nothing against anyone, but people need to understand one another. Make it clear. Like, look, you didn't come to America to be somebody else. You are here to continue being you. Take the positive things you can take and leave the ones that will not benefit you. That's how a human supposed to roll. Plain and simple. Look for the best things. Look for the things that you need that would give you advantage in this life. That's what success is. That's what real survival is. But if you have no direction, and some of you start pretending, not to know where you're from, like people come here, this is the problem with Africa, is tribalist. Well, there are some people who are, illogically tribalist, because, it's like your tribal language is not spoken elsewhere. So if you say you love your tribe so much, you don't want to learn the wider language, you are only creating disadvantages for yourself. That's not, showing love. That's just being stupid. Your brain can handle several other languages. So just learn it. So some people are too lazy to do it, and then you know um they are more comfortable with the people that speak their same language. Those people are not willing to expand. So you don't waste your time on those people. You just keep moving on. You see, in this life, we all see things differently. You would find people that you share common interest with. But if you allow other people to dictate to you what should be important to you, you're going to be a failure. That's the truth.
8-year-old boy in Ghana gets shot by a Chinaman. I don't think the boy getting shot is funny. That's not what I'm laughing about. What I'm laughing about is how pathetic you Africans are. Story after story, day after day, a story comes out about you monkeys over in Africa and how undignified and absolutely pathetic you people are.
All right. So I'm just playing this as an example, like to know, like this guy, you know, if somebody calls him a monkey, he obviously finds it very offensive, right? I'm just showing you example. So all the offensive things are reserved for you Africans and myself. I'm just pointing it out. Imagine a white person saying this. Remember when Go Black went to South Africa, he kept trying to say someone called someone a monkey, but he didn't even hear it. Just, third party information and try to turn it into reality. I'm just trying to wake you up to not adapt anger. When you see low level thinking people, don't play into it. The things you were seeing on TV in Africa, all that entertainment, that's not what life is like here in America, okay? That's not reality. Do not engage in conversations where people want to waste your time telling you sold them. Like, you didn't even live during those times. Like, this person is not a slave. This person, doesn't know what that means. Why are they bothering you with this? You see? And then they come back and say, oh, the Africans don't care. Really? How can the person care about something that is not their reality? Because the person you're talking to is coming to an environment that they see as an advantageous environment. That's what was sold, and that's the reality. So I have even seen here online where people, the Africans only care about making money. Really? The reparation you are asking for, are you trying to receive that in stones? No, you're looking for money. And hey, more power to you. Go get your money. You see what I'm saying? But, why be mad at me who doesn't get to sit at the table to make the decision for that? And many of you are silly enough to have these conversations. I call it pretense. Africans need to stop pretending. The pretend is not going to build Africa. You guys need to know this. Strangers are not going to build Africa. If they come to Africa, they give 10 billion, know that they are taking, 10 times that. And then you people come on the internet and start crying, oh, these people over there are stupid. But the same people would, go back, leave the Western world. All of them seem to be they go and work in the government, and you would think they are dumber than the last guy. You see? So this is why I talk about the individual accountability. Individual accountability. So all that pretense, that needs to end today. That needs to end today. So let me play this video and analyze it. There is a African person from the Cote d'Ivoire who made this documentary. Like I said, he's just like many other Africans who are very naive about the realities of this society. Because you see, things are masked. I mean, they are masked. Whatever you can think of, it's here, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly. So it's just up to you who is analyzing things and know, you know, what is real and what isn't. And this doesn't mean that you observing this, you know, you're being offensive to anyone, because that's what every human being does. Because you see, when you talk to people, the things they say to you, they believe that is coming from their observation. Have you noticed, like, if you live in America, right? Even this is common. Most blacks you would meet, you know, not all, but most of them, when you meet them, they think the questions, it's like the questions, the things that they find is offensive, that they claim white people say to them, those are the things they say to you or ask you those questions. So in our cultures in Africa, imagine you coming from your village or another town, right? Strangers. Or you go there, you meet those hosts. And those people, that's how they welcome you. That's how, you know, they talk to you, you know, they find everything funny. What would most of you think? Like, what would most of you think? Exactly. So the Africans that complain about saying, oh, they grew up around the blacks and the blacks bullied them. You can't blame the blacks. If you know that the truth, or you don't like the blacks, or instead of telling your kids don't play with the blacks, why live around the blacks? You see? And that part, I don't understand that. Most of you that come online here that say the blacks bullied you, you went to school with the blacks, you know, blame your parents. Like when you say your parents don't hang out with the Akata, because, you know, Kenyans are saying this too. Akata. You know, I'm like, wow, I did not know Akata is part of the Kenyan dialect. So I'm not saying everybody is lying, you know, but I've heard people say these things, you know. At some point, personal accountability, just think about it. If you come and say your parents told you this, I would be embarrassed to repeat that, because first of all, if they didn't want you to hang around those people, you should move far away from them. Just my take on it. But let me start this video here. I'll play my copyright disclaimer and analyze it.
Weaver, the founder and president of the Pan-African Collective, and Zadie Zoku, a filmmaker, are joining us today. A very important discussion on race is happening on the campus of Morgan State University today, and that discussion is about Africans and African Americans and how we view each other. Yeah. Before we get into it, let's play a little clip.
I have somebody ask me one time, have I seen a lion? I asked them, what about you? Have you seen a lion?
I hated being African.
So I'm saying, guys, I have said this in streams before. Yeah, these are the type of questions you would get asked. So imagine somebody is presented as intelligent, right? They're not going to ask you elementary questions. And then you come in contact with this person and they're asking you elementary questions. It's like, okay, like what is going on here? It's pretty weird. You see? Like, yeah, these are the type of questions you would encounter. So most Africans, somehow some of you seems like you take offense to it, but I never take offense to it. I'm just, because maybe I'm just super curious, because I am more curious about, okay, like, why would this adult ask such an ignorant question? Like, I would ask them, do you guys have zoos here? Be like, yeah. Say, well, we do too. If you want to see the lion, you go see the lion there. But why would somebody think? Like, what was put in that person's head to think that this is real, that, humans in Africa are just interacting with wild animals? Like, I mean, really think about that. But yeah, that's the type of questions you would encounter. You can't respect that.
My dad always has an accent. People always, treating him as if he's not intelligent when this man speaks 5 languages.
All we knew was that white people had gone to Africa and went into the bush and stole people, kidnapped people, and threw them on a ship and brought them over here. But to find out that we were complicit in it, I tell you, it was heartbreaking.
I don't think we should allow.
So that is the part about some blacks would say, oh, we used to think we were kidnapped, but we were sold. But sold by whom? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it couldn't possibly be just because somebody that was born in Africa all of a sudden must be from the people who sold humans. That's why I said slavery has, has been all over the world. All over the world. Many people who were even slaves, they themselves, you could read this. I have done shows on here. Some people that say, you Africans sold us. I mean, your ancestor might have been a slave trader himself. And he got caught and got sent into slavery. Some people were slave traders, and the people they traded retaliated when they caught them and know that this is who did this to their people. They sell them too into slavery. Many of that have happened. Here in America, you read that there's black plantation owners. People pretend like, like human beings. It's like a movie script someone wrote. So all the blacks do this one thing and all the whites do this one thing. Come on, that's not real. That's not reality. It's just like present day. There are blacks in America who are super wealthy. There are many who are super poor. There are many who believe, oh, the white man can hold me down. How come they couldn't hold those others down? So it's just human nature. Do you think if the Africans on the coast, those slave traders, those chiefs, could have figured out how to build those ships or be able to colonize places? Or they don't even have to travel. If they could control and have the idea of creating these big plantations and trading it, or if they could enslave the Europeans, you don't think they'll do it? They will do it. It's just the Africans didn't think much about it. They're like, hey, we got the people here. I'm talking about the one slave trader. We got the people. Hey, you want to buy them? We'll sell them to you. But all these great story that people want to create, it doesn't make sense. Imagine, I mean, guys, come on. Use your common sense. How can just few white people show up on the shore on the Gold Coast where millions of Africans are and just come there, start, kidnapping Africans? No, it was a system. That's why they called it the Atlantic slave trade. So if you bringing that conversation to somebody today, like, think about how crazy that is. Or even being bold enough to say, I've even seen some of these people accuse Kenyans or South African, as long as you're African. That's how the information travels here in America. I mean, if Tariq says it, it must be true, or if some YouTuber says it, they will go and repeat it. They won't research it. If TV says it and their mama approves it, that's the truth. It's not many people, it's not their fault. The system many find themselves in created that. But hey, it is time for both sides to wake up, because if you're always having conflicts with people and you're the one bringing the conflict, you have to assess yourself. That's the truth. You have to assess yourself. Hey, you can't always be the person who is right. That's not even humanly possible. But you see, when you start, behaving that way, it puts you in a delusional state. And people don't want to deal with that. That's just the plain truth.
300 years history still be ruling us now.
There's an idea that some of that baggage of my ancestors may have owned your ancestors doesn't exist.
Africains qui sont aux États-Unis ici, on ne sort pas pour manifester.
And so we know that this exists within our cultures. Why did you want to make this film?
It's a long story. I mean, at the beginning, I just wanted to make something about celebrating the kinship between African Americans and African immigrants, because I'm an immigrant from the Ivory Coast. And I told an African American friend about my project, and her answer struck me. She said, no, I don't want to be part of it. I said, why? She said, no, I don't want to say things that I would regret later. I said, wow, what's going on? So she started to elaborate. I said, so there's really a problem there. So that's why I started to dig, and I found more, and I decided to put everything in a documentary.
Were you surprised by some of the things? Because some of those things people may watch and say, oh, I didn't know that existed, or kind of shocking statements.
Yeah, that was my first reaction. But over time, and as I was making the documentary, I found out that it was there. Nobody wanted to speak about it. And what was not funny, but what was surprising also is that people, most of the time, said, no, there's no problem. There's no problem. But when you push a little bit, everything comes out. And it was a very interesting.
You guys heard what the man said? Most of you that are into the Pan-African thing, think about all the other channels you've been to where they make up this fantasy. Oh, you see me show up on these channels and I start telling the truth, and they would drop me right away. That's why I came up with my own channel, right? I was talking about these things. I was pointing it out. They're like, oh, Afridamus, you just want to divide. And I said, look, I want to speak the truth. Because to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, especially like, for me, I take it for myself. Like, coming to America, I look at both black and white people as Americans. Hispanic, Chinese, if they say they're American, they are American. You see? So I'm not from this culture, so I'm not here to try to, tell you who you are. But now, if you're telling me I'm something else or I should ascribe to something, that's pretty silly because, like, I don't compare myself to anybody else. This is the truth. I don't compare myself to anybody else. So that's why I have always asked division. People say, oh, you're creating a divide. What are we dividing from? Or they say unity. I say, what are you trying to unite on? So the whole thing is fake. This is why it's falling apart. Even the professor here, this man did his deep research. Even look at the ones in Gambia. How many stories have I made here about, which exposes that, most of these people are just taking advantage of, their fellow, diasporans who who have the ambition to go to Africa. You see, they use their naivete to suck money out of them. They are not genuine, right? So the same thing, like this guy, his heart was in the right place. So he wanted to make a documentary to show to the world, Africans, that unity that people talk about, which no one can ever explain to me what it would be based on, but instead they want to, talk about everything other than that. When you ask, what are we uniting on? Pretty much this Pan-African thing, you're seeing it even here on YouTube. You have several people who take the front seat and you Africans, you take the back seat. They lecture to you. You come on the panels and you kiss their ass. You do your tap dancing. Yes, yes, sir. This shouldn't be. Have some respect for yourself. I'm not saying go against anyone, but if you love people, you tell them the truth. And also, there's African children that are going to be watching this. You see? What type of message or example do you think you are sending? You're supposed to be a grown-up that have principles. Before you jump on these panels, make sure you're very much educated on these things. Don't show up with emotions, anger, because anger turns you into a liar. Because it's like you would just say anything because in your mind you think you want to win. There's no such thing about winning or losing when it comes to the truth. This is why all these people that used to try to criticize me, they don't last. They crumble like when sand comes in contact with water. So, yeah, they were living that fantasy, that lie, until I showed up. I showed up and started speaking the truth. Some people are upset, but to some it's very refreshing. It's not about me. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. That's what people need to understand. The people that are always getting upset directly at me, ask yourself the question. If you think what I'm saying is a lie, just challenge that. But why be mad at me? Why be upset at me? But you see, they would get mad at me, right? Thinking, oh, we're gonna come straighten you out. You guys remember the guy that showed up here yesterday from Cameroon when I told the story about the Cameroonian Jezebel? He was more focused on the title. He even tried to, pass this woman as straight American. So those are the type of things I'm talking about. The truth can be painful sometimes. I get it. When your brain is uploaded with a false narrative and then you start finding out the truth For some reason, some people don't have what it takes to accept the truth. I don't know why. They can't.
Things to do.
And Reverend Dr. Weaver, your organization is putting this on the campus at Morgan State today, 10 a.m. What is it that you want people to get out of this? And I know you're also looking to identify other schools to show this.
One of the things that I've been struck by over the years is the fact that the darkest thing about Africa is America's ignorance of it. And even in 2018, that still rings true. So I think one of the things that we want to see coming out of the film, which is absolutely extraordinary, by the way, is in fact to heighten people's awareness, understanding, to get rid of this divide that exists between Africans and African Americans, and quite frankly, Americans just in general.
Yeah.
So that's our purpose behind showing the film today.
And Zadi, what do you want people to get out of this film?
Oh, first, to know that we are not that different. Yeah, we are the same people. It's just history that separated us, but we can get back together. And the way to get back together is to learn about our own histories, about ourselves. So part of the movie is about learning about our history. Yeah, I put a lot of history in, a lot of context for people to know each other better.
All right. Well,
The man, you know, you can tell he is sincere and he genuinely want people to learn these things. This is why, like, you would hear some people say, "Oh, Afridamus, why don't you, do your topics this way or that way?" You know, if you go look at these quote unquote scholars who are talking all soft, pretending to use language that, massages your ego, it doesn't seep through. You don't care. You don't listen. So here is a man, African, he's not just talking off the cuff. He's using, educated system, well researched, put a documentary together. But even he himself, he talked about the things that I have highlighted that people say, "Oh, Afridamus, you're creating division." There's no unity to create division. You have to learn to know people, know each other, plain and simple. But if you don't have interest in knowing the person, why even pretend? Why? It makes no sense.
the name of the film is called Black in Black. It is going to be shown at Morgan State University today at 10.
And yes, the movie is out. Anybody that wants to watch it, you can go watch it. I think it's online or YouTube. You can check it out.
10 a.m. You can also go online for more information at the panafricacollective.org. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And stay with
Okay, so this guy is doing it from a professorial point of view, right? That means he interviewed people. Did you hear what he said? Like some of the people, this person, he said he was shocked. They didn't want to be a part of it. So that's the naivete that I talk about. You cannot pretend to be something that you're not. And to be honest, there are many Africans, when they say they're Pan-Africans, they also would tend to pretend. You see? Hey, just be yourself, unapologetically you. Because you can't continue to pretend forever. You see? You can't. Look at these Pan-Africans. The ones that are pretending, we're seeing exactly what is happening. Pan-Africanism by slogan. Today they are Pan-African, tomorrow they are ADOS, next day they are FBA, all over the place. So that's what many relate to. So if you're attaching yourself to letters, and all these letters are going to do is create confusion. That's just what it is. So when people are pointing fingers, like the guy that said a child was shot in Ghana, but he followed it up by insulting whole of Africa. I told you the insults are reserved for Africans. And I've seen many of you Africans, how hostile you are to one another on these panels. I've seen it. No form of respect for one another. And the world is watching this. This is why, if you look at it, even now, right? Before, like nowadays, you look at like the United Nations, like when they are giving speeches. You notice if the African presidents are talking, the place is empty. They're not listening because these people are not talking about anything. No one respects Africans anymore. Remember before, when Mugabe is giving a speech, or when Gaddafi is coming and giving speeches? Yeah, back in those days, they respected those people. Those people, because those people are talking about things that make sense. You know, like, but you come in, you're tap dancing, you know, worrying about who is happy or isn't happy about, you know, what you're about to say. Everyone is coming, you know, representing their people all the way, or representing the truth all the way. But people see you snickering, tap dancing, and then you turn around, you know, trying to act high and mighty, growing the balls, talking about you're going to come challenge somebody like me. You better go sit down. If you don't have the wit to stand up to others, you better not try that stuff with me, because it's not going to work. So the world is watching, but I'm trying to help here. I'm not trying to tell you to hate somebody. Respecting yourself has nothing to do with other people. In fact, it helps everybody, because you see, when you present yourself well in a positive manner, be kind to people, but don't let them walk all over you either. Yeah, don't let them walk all over you. Be you at all times. They can try to lump you with the weak people. They can group you with other people. Ignore the groups. Continue being you. But some of you are ashamed of your own culture, your tribe, and you come here, you try to taint all of us. This is ridiculous. So I'm going to show what is also been going on, right? With this, the same, this is why I put African American versus, you know, Africans. You guys have been hearing a lot of accusations, you know, hurled at you. Like, many people are talking about tribes. They know nothing about tribes. They just hear this. Anything now that is, you know, just nasty, you know, because everything is coming out in the open. So you ask yourself, why that? Why the vitriol? Why the hatred? Some people say, oh, it's just online. Well, too many people are supporting this. There are many people who in real life, physical life, have experienced this, and they say it online. They say, oh yeah, we've had people say this to us. You ask yourself, why is it this type of talk that is being promoted against Africans is so welcomed? So the thing is, what I can tell you is, engaging in these situations, putting yourself part of it, it's not going to help you. I'm telling you, it's not going to help you. It might seem entertaining to some, but I notice this here is mostly between the blacks and the Nigerians, but by proxy, you being African, you get lumped into it. The blacks are upset when they say Akata. Since when did they make that about them. I've seen some even, saying that online, saying they are so upset they're going to fight somebody if the Africans call me Akata. Sir, how many Africans have you run into that even know that word? I didn't know that word until here online. But that tells me most of these people, they are looking for things to be upset by. They are looking for things to be upset by. I've seen people arguing with people from Nigeria who are Yorubas. This is their language. Some Black American would argue with them, telling them the meaning of that word. If that's not insanity, I don't know what is. I don't know why people are not calling this out. You need to be ashamed of yourself. When you come and start arguing with people in their own language, when you can barely speak English, you are literally, bringing shame upon not just you, but everybody that identifies as you, as being part of, because you like to say community. You see grown men, they're supposed to be grown men. They're coming on these panels crying, oh, yeah, they called us Akata. It's a foreign word. They say wildcat. They say cotton picker. Are you any of this? Are you any of this? But no, that tells you a lot of these people are immature. They are looking for things to be offended by. Like literally looking for things to be offended by. And then I see some of these useless Africans say, oh yeah, don't say the Akata. And the person is way from East Africa. Like this type of language is not spoken in your region. Like, why are you even talking about this? Like, why? But I don't know if it's their ignorance or no, it can be the ignorance. Wherever you hear this word beefs, it's low-level thinking people. These are the type of things they are, quote unquote, beefing over. Oh, the Africans called us Akada. How many African people from African countries you've run into that's called you that word? How many? Why would people even, like most Africans I meet, even the quote unquote some that will be considered wild, trust me, they have manners, there's respect. There's respect. I'm not saying there won't be some crazies, but why would somebody call you that? It's not their language, but it's one of those things. Whatever you seek, you shall find. So most of these people, they are seeking conflict. They are seeking conflict. The same things that they say they oppose, that's what they uphold on other people. And the reality is, this is not all Blacks, but this is a segment of the population who thinks this way. They started pushing this, say, oh, they're going to call immigration ICE we're going to call ICE on Africans. So some of them are dumb enough, just because they think you're from somewhere else, they don't understand you could become a citizen in America. I'm not saying all. There are some who literally, like when I say these things, people want to be upset, and they see this themselves. They see it themselves. But do they ever correct these people? They never do. They never do. Like when they say stupid stuff, dumb stuff, and somebody like me come, I'm like, nah, that's not how it is. Here's how it is. They're like, oh, man, you're just here, blah, blah. Like I see people explaining the immigration process. You were born here. You've never been through it. But they want to tell you that's been through this process. That's narcissism. I've talked about this here. It's like when somebody does that to you, they have no respect for you. I'm just telling you straight. That's why you need to straighten anyone that does that to you. When someone is blatantly coming to your face and try to tell you about your own experience, stop them right away. But a lot of you Africans are over there, kikiing, you know. Oh, these Africans, they don't know about colonialism. What do you know about colonialism? You can talk about, tell us. Maybe you were colonized, you know. The obsession with that word, it tells you a man is suffering from identity crisis. When you don't understand yourself, you always give your destiny to another man. Many of these people, they hate the white people because they cannot live on their own. They can't live without the white people. Most blacks in America are way too domesticated to be able to live on their own. How many blacks have farming skills? How many? Let's just be real. How many? Blacks don't farm anymore. Their ancestors used to, but not anymore. When it comes to producing, foodstuff, blacks are not at the top there. White people are the ones producing this. They own all the lands. This is the truth, But now you would, this is why you would hear some of these quote unquote, what's the name? They would say, we want to relocate to Africa. And they would ask if they can get a job, a job. Like, this is why you see people fighting over each other. I work for corporate America. I'm in such and such position. Good for you. But they will try to belittle a business owner. No, if the person owned their business, it's like literally you are saying you believe in someone else over you. Like you don't have what it takes to take a chance on yourself. In Africa, most countries, if you're going there to look for a job, that's not gonna happen. You better make sure you take a lot of money with you. And some even they record this themselves. And then I come here, I analyze it. We've seen some begging, begging. Literally. They are begging. It's like, I'm like, what is going on here? Because these are the delusional things I used to talk about, and people who get mad at me, and they see that I'm using these people's own video, and they still get upset. What is it about people that, they are so, allergic to the truth? But you see, deep down, they want to be able to beg like that. This is why they criticize anyone that dare call it for what it is. Stop begging. How are you going to come from the richest country in the world, and then you go into, a poor place and begging them? And of course, this is not all, but you guys should be calling this out. St. James, thank you for the $10 super chat. He said, keep it real as usual. Hey, that's all I can do. But guys, there are people who, they took this way too far. Seriously, they took it way too far. They were calling, immigration on people who are Americans. Like they call immigration on them because they don't like what the person is saying. Talk about being weak. KBM, thank you for the $10 super chat. He said, debunk the illusions. We all need to hear this. It's the truth. So So think about it, right? So, okay, you're coming, you can say everything to quote unquote Africans, you call them terrorists, you say everything about them. But, you know, you're like, oh no, I'm joking, I'm joking. But when they say something, you're like, oh, I'm going to call immigration. Well, we have a video here. Let me play this video and you guys hear this online because I've seen it online. I've read people, you know, posting this. And look, don't listen to what someone is saying. Look at their action. Look at their action. And that should tell you, you know, how that person really is. So imagine if somebody who, you know, let's say the person they called the immigration on, if they were not a citizen or, I mean, whatever is going on there, they could have, you know, troubled the person, right? But to them, that would be funny. So you need to ask yourself, you that would be affected if that's possible, that wouldn't be funny to you. That wouldn't be funny to you. Here we go. Let me play this.
Told me to not go in spaces for a while. They made some reports to ICE on me. And I'm legal here. I'm not illegal. Yeah, what they're doing.
Yeah, they're going.
Yeah,
they
because
are.
for me,
They are the police.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I've never
Because
seen so much
these
weird.
FBA people are not black; they're dark white.
So you remember, I've told you guys all this. So a lot of these people, they conversation online, right? This I've seen these FBA people that say they're FBA. Those are the people they are talking about, you know. So you guys remember I have done shows on this, the Black Karens. You guys remember this? I gave the history. Just go back and watch my videos. You will see everything that I tell you guys here. Some of you get upset, but you can never call me a liar, because if you don't see it here, you would go find it someplace else. You would find other people talking about it. That's what all this silly quote unquote beef is. It's not even a beef. It's like they're fighting over silly things. It makes no sense. Like they say, oh, these foreign blacks, they come, they take our movie roles. But if it's your movie company, they can't take it. The company owners, it's like you got a company, you hire somebody else. They, oh, these foreign blacks don't ask for a lot of money. How do you know? You see? So until you own your own stuff, you can't dictate to anyone who they can hire or not hire. That's just a communist mindset. That's why I don't waste my time arguing about these things.
Not dark white, girl.
I forgot you can say it, but he said Negro pens. Negro pens.
Welcome to Life and Motivation. So it's being revealed that the FBA guys, the foundational Black American guys, are calling ICE on black immigrants in the United States of America. So basically, the FBA guys are snitches. They are calling ICE on the black immigrants in America. Wow. Wow. Have a listen, guys.
I'm gonna call ICE on you and I'm gonna get you deported. Good. Get it in writing, because then the immigrant can not only sue you for harassment, but then they can get a green card out of it. Happy threatening.
So if they ever try to threaten you with deportation, I've put it in the jumbotron.
You're 100% correct, because I've actually gone through that. That's why I wasn't in spaces really, because my lawyer told me to not go in spaces.
So, guys, this, like, I have read this before. So, like the person saying, how many black Americans did that? Well, go read in these sections. You know, like Oh, Africa's TV said, I don't think Tariq is promoting calling ICE. Sir, maybe you might want to put your thinking caps on better and go follow and do your research. You see, I understand most people have a juvenile way of looking at things. So I get it when I break it, I analyze it to the bones. I understand why they get upset, because it's like they live in this la la land. It's like, oh, I don't think so. If you don't think so, why would they put his picture? Let's let this play.
For a while, they made some reports to ICE on me, and I'm legal here. I'm not illegal. So my lawyer had to write a letter just for the record, just so that they can have that in the future if something goes wrong. But my lawyer pretty much had to talk about my status, and he pretty much denounced the people who are reporting me. And then he explained everything that's going on the internet with this whole FBA thing. I gave him some.
Look, I have seen this petition going around. So, like some of you, you act like you're the only one that has access to the internet. Obviously, if you watch my show a lot, you would know that I do a lot of research. Some things I might not talk about doesn't mean I don't know about them. So, people, this is the type of things I'm talking about. Some people are allergic to the truth. So when you see it, you need to be the smart person. Know what you know. Do not argue with fools. Because if somebody is looking at the truth and they're arguing about it or trying to manipulate it, you will be a fool to engage the conversation. You will totally be a fool. Just ask your questions, get your answers, and move on. That's it.
Stuff that he could attach to it. So, yeah, it has gotten to the real world, to my real life.
So is this like an actual thing where they're just calling ICE on random people?
Yeah, what they're
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, they're going.
Yeah,
Because
they
for
are.
me,
They are the police. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
Bro,
They are calling the white supremacists on Africans. Guys, remember how some of those people come and tell you, yeah, we have the power, whether you hear or not. Well, they're telling you they're gonna snitch on you, as if an African or any immigrant who is illegal here would have the time to come and debate with you, knowing that you're going to call ICE on them. Why would they do that? That would be silly. You see, Anthony Ali said calling ICE is their right. Yeah, that's true. It certainly is. But the Africans must also know that they're dealing with snitches and, like black, white people. Snitches for the white supremacists. You see, it might be the real white supremacists. You say, right, it's their right. Just because it's your right doesn't mean that you should do it, or like you have to have frivolous reasons. Just because you disagree with the person, they said something you don't like, now you're going to turn into a snitch? Come on, really? That's what this is. Oh, you know what? You hurt my feelings, so I'm going to call ICE and have them deport you. So, guys, you know what that tells you? That means America is not so bad. America is such a great place because they see you being sent out of America as a punishment. That means you've been getting played all this while. The ones that are telling you they are oppressed in America. Now those same people are turning around. They're telling you, they're trying to snitch on you to get deported. That means all along they know America is not oppressive. So those of you that are buying into that narrative, well, The lie has been exposed all along. Remember when I was telling you guys, America is the greatest place on this side of heaven, and people getting mad? That's the reason why I say it, because I know deep in all these people's heart, they know this to be true. Go look at the border right now. There are people, I'm talking thousands and thousands of people. These are not even white people. They are willing to die to enter America, literally. But you got people over here telling you America is racist. The white supremacists are over here riding on horsebacks to get rid of you. But you see, when they are upset, they're like, you know what? Let's kick you out of America. We can do it, but we would snitch on you. That means America is a great place to be. Stop fooling yourself. The jig is up. The jig is up.
So what's the difference between that and white people calling the police on black kids and shit? Like,
No clue. I couldn't
There's
answer
no
that.
difference.
weird, bro. It's
Thank you.
weird, bro.
No clue.
Like, I've
Look, let me tell you guys. Remember I told you I used to be a corrections officer? Man, a lot of these people that act like they are gangsters and stuff, I can tell you right now, in the prison they have what they call kite system. Pretty much, it's like their tax. Do you know how many snitch kites we receive? Like you'll be standing there and walk by and give you the snitch kites. And guess who they are snitching on? Another inmate. Yeah, another inmate. So like, yeah, I mean, I don't know why some of you are shocked by this. I mean, there's a show called First 48. No, literally, I have seen people snitch for Subway sandwich, McDonald's, milkshake, you name it. I'm not saying I saw this on TV. I saw it in real life. Real life. A guy is sitting there acting all gangster. No, man, I can snitch on them, man. Nah, man, I ain't no snitch. And then the sandwich is put on the table. Look, man, I ain't no snitch, but inmate Jones, he was the one. Inmate Jones, I know he got family and stuff. I wouldn't want him to have extra time. Oh, inmate Jones in D block, 202A. I'm like, he just snitched. Yeah. And then they push the sandwich to him and milkshake, like I'm right there. This is not stories that people told me. Yeah, you just told on inmate Jones. That's how some of them do it. Or some would just do a straight shoot. Eat that sandwich, wash it down with milkshake or Coke, and we walk them right back to their cell. And he would act normal, go to main line. That's what they call child. Some of these terms I'm using, those of you that are ex-inmates, you're familiar with these terms. Main line, going to the chow hall, the long files. You're very familiar with it. So those of you that's been through this, I'm not lying. You know this. I'm not lying.
Because these FBA people are not black. They're dark white.
Not dark white, girl.
I forgot you can say it, but he said Negro peons. Negro peons.
Yo.
Every continent, every color on every continent, whatever that number said.
I don't believe in voting either. Or you know what I'm saying? Like I think
it doesn't really help. I mean, we can vote as much as we want, but it doesn't really necessarily. Like as I was saying prior to this, you want to disassemble what was built for I don't even know how many years before us, generations before us. you have to start thinking different.
You know, I've never been afforded the same rights as any white people. You know what I'm saying? So why would I want to take on this mantle of, oh, immigrants are taking our jobs, this and that? No, that's, you know what I'm saying? You're speaking like a white person. Like I couldn't fathom what was going on. Like, and I don't understand. And then like they got Tariq Nasheed parroting this bullshit. Like Tariq Nasheed's been a Pan-Africanist. You know what I'm saying? He's been a Black Panther. Like where, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody's seeing that this guy is a charlatan. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like I don't get it. I don't understand where this is.
The man is not lying. This is the truth. You know, like it's just a game to many. You know, because literally, like, I remember, you guys remember I did a analysis of a debate between Tariq and Jared Taylor, this white man that they try to say he was racist. And people clearly think Tariq was saying, you know, he was caught in so many things that were untrue, you know, but the people too say, oh, Tariq told him off. I'm like, no, he didn't. Tariq was wrong for the most part. Like literally he was wrong. But to me, like, he doesn't care. It's entertainment. So it's up to you how, you know, like whatever he's saying, how you're consuming it. You know, it's all up to you. I dropped the link. So if you want to come in I'm going to go on for another 20 minutes and the lines are open. You can come in and give your 2 cents on what I'm saying here.
Coming from, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, you know, the difference between me and you is a boat stop. My boat stopped in Cuba. You know what I'm saying? Yours stopped in Louisiana. Like, that's the only difference between us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I speak Spanish, you speak English because they brought you to America and I was brought to Cuba. But we are the same fucking people. You know what I'm saying? The diaspora is real. The children of the diaspora is real. You know what I'm saying? And yes, there is racist Latinos. I'm not going to sit there and, and lie to y'all and say that there isn't. But there is a huge African community that know who we are, knows that Mama Africa is where we are from. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you just going to, like, you know, these millions of people, you're just going to, you know, oh, because they from somewhere else, so you not like me. Like, what the fuck is that? I just don't get it.
Well, again, in order for Tariq to sell this idea, see, in America, sensationalization is what sells, even at the expense of other people. So this position for you to be the butt of the joke, you know, like now it's not only pushed on just Africans, like, as you know, Caribbeans as well. They want you to adopt this position. Like I've heard someone say, oh yeah, we have our own identity. You've always had your own identity. Hence, which explains why if you're talking about, you're able to tell the difference between an African person and an American person. But now they're saying, oh, we got our own identity. So the Africans are the ones we're supposed to fight. Really, how many Africans are in your way? How many? I don't think they are. But, you know, white people are not responding to this. You think white people are wasting their time engaging in these conversations with Tariq on Twitter? No, white people are on a complete different stuff. You know, the white President Biden, you know, is over on the news sounding like Hitler, you know, declaring war on American citizens. This is what white people are dealing with. That's what they talk about, you know. So the blacks, they have it so good. They don't have time to bother with what's actually happening in America. They have to create this fake beef. And if it doesn't go well, they say, we're going to call immigration on you. They would say, you know, it's racist to refer to black person as monkey, even though I know they used to use it as an insult, but at what point do you, not just the blacks, even the Africans, at what point do you wake up and, not allow mere words to take you down? Yeah, the person, they can say you're a monkey, but let them try to treat you like monkey and see how it goes. And a lot of the times, man, I don't know how some of you, for the most part, a lot of the people, if you're paying attention, it is never they themselves that experience these things. It's always their friend, their cousin. Oh, you would see the black person telling you about, the oppression, but you're like, how did you make it? They can't explain that to you. Sam Seal said the beef is real. No, it's not real. It's only real in your mind. Only the people that give it steam are the ones you're gonna be quote unquote beefing. You think I'm gonna be beefing with somebody about the word akata? Are you serious right now? A language that is not native to me. Even the people from Nigeria don't even use it. You are going to pretend like this is real, just like you pretend like this FBA thing and all that is real. You're going to try to force it. So you see, Africans, you need to pay attention. Don't play into this. For them to make this real, you have to play along. Like you have to literally play along. So, like some of you are coming online, and this is Africans too. Sometimes, man, the things you say, I know you're making it up. Seriously. And it's usually most of this, second generation or some Africans from another European country. You want to explain the society here. But you notice the moment you make a mistake and tell the truth, you get booted off right away. Right away.
I grew up as a Pan-Africanist, my father teaching me all this, meeting people from Africa, meeting people from, blacks from Mexico, you know what I mean? Like I see it as a family, you know what I'm saying? And these people are just literally trying to like destroy that family, you know what I'm saying? Destroy that connection, trying to make us weaker. You know what I'm saying? Like in these times, especially, we need unity. Without a unity, we, you know what I'm saying? We are destined to go the way of the white man. You see what the white man's doing now. You know what I'm saying? He's blind swinging at the world. He's trying to fuck with China, trying to fuck with Russia.
St. James, welcome to the show, as usual.
Thank you for having me, man. Happy Sunday.
Thank you. So, St. James, you've heard, I don't know if you've heard, what I'm saying here from the beginning, or close to that. What do you live here in the state too for a while, and you're in this streets here, listen, everything I'm talking about here, you're pretty much aware of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So tell me, tell me one lie I have told here.
Absolutely zero, bro. Absolutely zero. Like I said, you kept it real. You kept it real with us, with the Africans. You kept it real with the Black Americans, whatever, Black in the West.
Mm-hmm.
So you have like I said before, you have a great show. You don't exclude anybody. You include everybody. Every viewpoint is listened to, is analyzed, and I respect what you have been doing. There is no any other way to put it.
Yeah, because many really, if you look at, for the most part, they want to promote fantasy, and to me, that is not realistic. You see, like only the truth shall set us free. Because remember the type of talk many were engaged in these different channels for the past few years.
Problem, you see what I have noticed that many people is being I was caught off guard,
Mm-hmm.
with these things. You know, walk back everything I have said before. Because if you want unity, you have to with other people. You have to be united within yourselves. You know,
Right.
you can't promote unity and within your own self you're not united. So for most
Right.
Africans on the outside looking in, we feel like you can be united because certain peoples are not united. The way they do things are not really compatible with what we're trying to accomplish. You know,
Right.
and one side want to criticize the other side, and once the other side is not listening, it's like, okay, why do we unite? Why do we have to unite if we can't even talk? So this
Right.
is like elementary, like this is very basic. Like all these people who are talking about, oh, we need to leave our differences alone and then unite. I'm like, okay, you guys are fools.
Right.
You guys are fools.
Because
In
that's
every
not. It's
country,
not realistic.
it's not realistic. In every country, we have kingdoms, many kingdoms. What out before this guy get along? What did they do? Do you think they just woke up one morning and say, you know, let's unite?
No.
No, it didn't happen like that. So for people who are even coming outside of Africa and they don't even understand this, it's like it's a problem.
Yeah, because those people, just like many Africans, when you talk to them, people that are privy to, mostly what they cite about Black America is the entertainment, which that's what many push, right?
I am happy you point this out. You know,
Yeah.
culture. You know, when African talk about culture and when Black in the West talk about culture is two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Two different things. So we conflate the two. So you see people coming here talking about we have the best culture, we have the best this and that. I'm like, okay, are you sure? I mean, it's like outside the United States or outside of England, do you think these people view your culture as being the best one?
Nope.
You know, so
That's the thing. Well,
right.
that's the and also, what do you think about the Africans that are on the Pan-African bandwagon? And
Bro,
nothing wrong with that, but the type of
nothing
fantasy that they bring to the table,
nothing wrong
that's
with
not
that.
even helping, the Blacks themselves.
Yes, nothing wrong with that, right? It's like you don't wanna be the one criticizing somebody else's situation, right? You want to be Pan-Africanist, you
Mhm.
want to be whatever you want to be, right? So for me, it's like I look at it like, okay, if you don't, I don't care, right? I don't care. But when it comes to certain thing and you don't want to represent it the correct way, and you get on those panels and you start lying about the Africans and the Africans' perspective, then it becomes a problem because you are lying to a group of people that will find themselves in danger.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's you have to be careful about that, because Africans, we don't like if you go to a country, you are a guest. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. You were taken from Africa for 1,000 or 20,000 years. You are a guest to the home.
Mhm.
And it will never change. It won't change, will never change. So it's up to you. It's your action that will dictate exactly how the people is going to perceive you. It's not
Right.
going to change. It's not going to change. So how many times as an African do you have to go on that not to understand? You have to leave it be because in Africa, I'm telling you, it's not going to change. So
and sorry, your audio is messing up. Your audio is messing up.
Let me get out and come back.
Okay, it's back. It's back.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you were saying?
Like I said, where did you lose me?
You were saying something about the Africans that come, it's like they are not telling the truth.
Oh, they're not. So some of them chose not to because they want the kumbaya, right? Because they chose not to. Because the most important discussion
another
is not.
thing I want to
hasn't
ask
been,
you.
Okay.
Because they like to say unity, right? But in order for unity to happen, there has to be relationship. But it sounds like most of these people, it's like the blacks don't know, Africans, and most Africans don't know them either,
Mhm.
for the most part.
Mhm.
So what's there to unite on, especially with the type of hostility
Mhm.
we hear from the FBA group, to a point they snitching to ICE. What type of relationship can be built on that?
Okay, they already have two separate groups, right? They already have separate groups. Afrodamus yourself, if you want to introduce, like in our African tradition, if you want to introduce a new group, and you already know there's one group that would like to hear from you, that would like to unite with you, right? So we have those blacks here in America who really wants to unite with Africa,
Mhm.
and you have another group on the other side making sure that don't happen. So how
Right.
yourself as an African do you introduce this particular group to your people, while they can get online and see the other group bashing everybody? So how do you do that? So
Yes.
so that's a problem for an African himself, because you have to lie, right? You have to go there and tell them everybody loves Africa, and which is not true.
Right.
Which is not true. But in Gambia, all the tribes have to live under, one condition: we have to make this nation better. We don't
Right.
have any choice. So on their part, they are so separate. So how do you do that?
So pretty much, so like what I'm saying, the black people, the ones that there's some that are genuine, right?
Yes.
That are going to Africa. Do you think their idea and their philosophy has been hijacked?
It has been hijacked to the point they don't even know what they're doing, right? So when you see these people on YouTube, like, I don't want to name names,
Mhm.
me myself, I go on channels just try to listen to certain people and see if there is anything I can take away from what they want to accomplish in Africa. And sometimes I feel like, what, someone may not be all the way there,
Mhm.
but it's like I said, it's a working process, right? We can, if the person is still engaged, then yeah, we can get to something. But you really have certain people here in America, they already made their mind about Africa. So there is no point of turning back. Even having a discussion with an African would not fix it. So they are fixated about doing something in Africa, and that's the only way they see fit. So
But
these
but
people have to be left alone. You have to,
but
because
St. James, what would
right.
be the story, for example, right? Let's say,
Mm-hmm.
because I talked about that naivete, like
Right.
when Africans come here. Because
Right.
a friend of mine,
Mhm.
he's a Pan-African. He lives in Europe, right?
Yeah.
So he used to see my videos, or when I say certain things, he would be confused, like
Mhm.
even like he didn't get it. But right now
Yeah.
he's visiting in the States.
Okay.
Oh man.
I believe, our brothers. I don't blame, like I said, I don't blame the Africans on the outside looking in. Trust
Yeah.
me, we were one of them, right?
Yeah.
Coming to America, we didn't know this kind of dynamics, right? We were
Mhm.
caught off guard when we got here. We found out a lot of things, and certain things didn't sit well with us, but we didn't have a voice. Africans in America didn't have a voice at all. No one gave us a voice. You tell
Right.
me, who gives Africans a voice in America? Nobody. When the blacks Americans are talking, I've been here since the 2000s.
Yep.
We don't have a voice here. Let's
Right.
be honest.
It's the truth.
Okay,
In
so
fact, with the movie roles even that is
yes,
given to Africans, remember Michael Blackson in Friday After Next? This is directed by Ice Cube.
oh yeah,
Michael
even Master
Blackson
P.
had to play
Yeah,
African,
that's the African.
but think those are he chewing on a CD. Think about that.
Oh yeah,
That's
you remember?
the role they portray,
Yeah,
for the African, and also in Barbershop.
Yeah.
Remember the African part
Yeah,
they
yeah.
played, the one that Eve's character was
Yeah.
playing, the position that was given to him. He was sweeping the floor. You
Yeah.
see, so that's why I find it hypocritical when the same group
Very.
of people say, "Oh, white people, they make black role look small," but again, the African is supposed to go for the we're supposed to be the butt of the jokes. But
Oh,
you
yeah.
see, us, like, for me, like, look at it, I'm like, I know exactly the idea here, but I'm not offended by it. I know Michael Blackson was trying to find opportunity to get his way.
He
And
was trying to
today,
fit in. He was
yeah,
trying to fit in. He tried to
yeah,
fit in, and no matter what role they gave him, he was like, okay, you know what? If I can't take this role, I won't be seen. So he had to. Even look at Master P. He played a role in one of Master P's movie. He was open
yeah, in that,
open toe sandals, and
yeah,
yeah. But as African, we look at it like it's what it is. We don't take it too far. We look at it. It's fine. If that's what you have for him, and the brother see that that's what he needs, that's fine. But my problem is in America here, Black Africans, we did not have a voice, and Black American did not facilitate that. So how come you did not facilitate that? So you have let's say you remember BET, right? That was owned by a Black American man. So
Bob Johnson.
I was Africa promoted. How was it promoted? How was it promoted then? You could have countered all these things that was coming from Africa, like but that's another topic for another day. These Africans calling from abroad.
And honestly, to be frank, right? When like people might think I'm criticizing the blacks for this, I'm not, because look, that is their perception, is their thing, right? Now it's up to you to assume the role, to the position they're trying to get you to play that. It's up to you. I'm not talking just in the movie, I'm talking about in real life. Because St. James, how many Africans have you seen pretend to be retards when they are talking to the blacks? How many?
Not a lot, man. I mean, I don't see that quite often, Yeah. I will be, I wouldn't even be near that if that happens,
But you see, that's what we are seeing here online.
No, listen, Alphadamus, I don't know what has happened to some of our Africans brothers, man. I'm just telling you, the disappointment is real on my side over here. And I waited for a very long time for this to happen, so an African in America can have a voice, a real voice that can represent everybody, something that will make us proud,
right?
And that's what I was hoping for, and you see the caping, you see the kumbaya, and I mean, I'm like, okay, we can have that once in a while, but if you want to talk about Africa, your tradition, your culture, your religion, you have to be on point, because people listen, people take note, and people come back and try to attack you, everything that makes you be a human being, everything that makes you an African. So if you let them attack that, so you won't exist anymore.
Exactly.
You won't exist.
You're absolutely right.
Right now, as Africans, when we came here in America, do you think everything that we saw was nice? Everything that we saw was on point?
Nope.
We compare those things to ours, and we were like, okay, I'm gonna keep mine because I know what mine makes sense.
Right.
But I'm not gonna bash yours, but I believe mine makes sense.
Well, that's what education is give and take. Like I don't like, hey, if I see something positive and I know it will be useful to me, I will learn it. But let's allow KBM also to come in. Go ahead, KBM.
How you gentlemen doing?
We're doing well. KBM, you're listening to what I'm saying here. So do you disagree with anything I have said here or described, at this point?
Not at all, because what you're saying is what a lot of people already know, but they're not saying anything out loud. Basically, they're not using their platforms to say what it is that you're saying, because I think a lot of people are just tired. They don't think anything's going to come of it if they do speak out.
Right.
But the fact is that a lot of these same folks, and then other folks who don't have platforms, when they hear somebody like you talk about these things, they're like, finally somebody's saying something about it. And I think that's important.
I mean, only the truth can set us free. And most of these quote unquote African Pan-African is what they engage in. That's definitely not helping at all.
Right. So, and the other thing too, I wanted to, because St. James just basically brought it up at towards the beginning, is that when you try to share, you have that inviting, you want to invite people to come over and experience Africa, for themselves, right?
Mhm. Right.
Basically what you're doing is because you've already been there, you share that experience, especially if you're coming from someplace like the US and then going there and then come back with a lot of positive experiences.
Right.
And you want to share that, right? And people, for the most part, seem like they're interested in hearing about it. But then, based on my own experience, I know of at least one person that has gone to a particular country, and I'm not going to say that person's name, and I come to find out that this person is a criminal, is creating criminal activity. And based on my bad experience with this person, I no longer want to share Africa with other people over here. And I feel that a lot of Africans have gone through similar experiences, feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, because there's a lot of things, all these things that we're talking about here, they are all online. If people are willing to take the time and look at it, here's the thing, man. It's like they sensationalize these things. And, at some point, come on, I get it. You want to be entertained whatsoever. But if you buy into the fantasy, don't be mad at, others who are not buying into it. That's just the plain truth. Let's have Big Dog, Kidola, go ahead. Thank you for joining again. Kidola, have you been listening?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
So what do you think about the stream, about what I've described here?
Afrodamus, let me just tell you the truth. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Well, let me just tell you the truth is this. Africans and Black Americans are not really the same. That's just the truth. Once this truth is there,
yeah,
you will understand how to communicate with them.
This is true.
We're not the same. They're American citizens. They live in the United States. That is their homeland.
Right.
And what I noticed with some of these Africans, I was even arguing with one that he was saying in his tribe, I don't know what's wrong with the Cameroonians, really, some Cameroonian people.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad I'm not the one that said it. Yeah. 86 Lyles people, man. Something
he will go
is
to his tribe. He will go to his tribe.
Right.
That the king would give newcomers land. I said, why are you lying? And that show was that lady show from Haiti.
Who?
That lady from he called herself Asia. She's always pretended to.
Wakandan Queen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I was in that show and
Yeah.
I noticed how some Africans pendra a lot.
Oh yeah, the Africans that go there, they better toe the line. If they don't, they get kicked out.
I was surprised that the lady, I said, do you want to hear the truth? I said, yes. I said, we Africans in Africa don't give a damn about what's going on in the United States. We don't think about you people.
Right.
Africans don't concern, they're thinking about Black America. So you say you're coming to Africa, or Africa will be waiting for you. We don't wait for nobody, and we're not inviting nobody.
Right. Well, I've said this before, and people said you're creating divide. I said, why are you complaining? Like nobody wrote a letter to you from Africa to come there.
And I was surprised. A guy stood up and said, "Oh, why are you so don't have appetite?" I said, "What do you mean by appetite? What do you mean by appetite? You have to say the truth. There is no land for any newcomer. The king just a figure. The king in Africa, in West Africa, cannot just
whose land? Whose land? Like they don't know that this land belongs to people. Like I have my land there. What, they're gonna take my lands and give it to other people? Are you kidding me?
He said he would just go to the king. I said, the king are just figurehead. The king have cabinet members, have chiefs, have elderly men.
Right.
You think the king will say, "Oh, I'll give this land," he'll be out of that post the next day.
Right.
I said, just say the truth. Because you cannot be continuing lying to people or try to penetrate towards what they want to hear. The truth is the truth.
Right.
Sorry, nobody invites you. Nobody's inviting you. Stay in the United States. That's the truth. There's no free land for nobody. There's no free land for anybody.
But somewhere in Ghana, some were given free land
That's where that's where this problem started.
Right. You think Ghana? I think Ghana sold false hope around Africa now.
Ghana started this problem. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Then come when Ghana said come, there's a free land, year of return. I'm still saying it's a gimmick. It's all business. Then
You know, Kidola, let me ask you this. You've been, I mean, you haven't lived in the United States, right?
Mm.
But even just online, the interaction you're seeing, especially the things that, you know, like what has it been like? Are you shocked to hear what some of the blacks say about Africans?
Oh, yes. My eyes really open about the way they call us monkeys,
Mm-hmm.
the way they disrespect us, and other things. You see, that's say when you born in Africa, made in Africa, and you travel to Europe or to United States, especially let's say United States, right?
Right.
Then there's a purpose that's where you're there. That's where you left your homeland to be there.
Yeah.
Just do your job, walk your walk, come and build your house in Africa, or come and do your event. But when you want to be more American than the people that owns United States, you become depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Just
like the Cameroonian lady from yesterday. Did you see that story?
Oh, yes, because she want to carry the whole company to her own head.
Mm-hmm.
You see, how can you as an African, they train you to respect people. They never train an African to go and do this, do that. They train you to respect. She disrespects her family in Africa. She disregards her family in Africa. And what she did, she have to pay a price for it. You understand?
It's definitely a heavy duty price she's paying.
Yes, because what she did, she forget where she's coming from, that she have family back home. She want to be more white than the people that are even white. You see the way she speaks.
Right.
You know, these are the ones that come back to Africa that we name in Africa a different name.
Isn't, you know, like the word, like, and because I've seen some black people, they would say, oh, if anybody call me Akata, I'll fight them. Is this even a word in Nigeria? You're in Nigeria. Is this even referred to black American?
No. Akata was not made for black Americans, because a typical Nigerian guy have never seen even black America.
Right.
So you have to understand, these people are coming to rural areas.
But you know, like on TV, right? Because you would hear a lot of.
How many people have TV? How many people have TV?
No. I want to explain something where, like, there's a lot of black people that come online here that delude themselves because they think because something is popular on American TV, they think the whole world is into it, not realizing there's a large segment of the world who don't even know anything about.
We don't consume. We don't. For more than 20 years, we don't even consume black American programs.
Right.
We consume our Nollywood, our comedies, then our music.
Right.
You understand? So we don't even the hip hop that was there inside late 80s, that came early 90s, is not even in Nigeria's radios.
Right.
You understand? So what you should know is a typical Nigerian person don't even think about black American at all.
Look, Kidola, I've said this before. They're like, oh man, you're just creating divide your line. I said, your average person in these countries, they know nothing about what you're talking about. They don't even know black American exist. I'm telling you.
Yeah, we deal with we're more used to seeing white people around here.
Mm-hmm.
Yourself. We have white Nigerians. We have white Nigerians here that their parents came as a missionary, or some of them came as builders, and who are Nigerians, and we respect that.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So what I'm trying to say is Africans. So because there are some, I was arguing with one. I said, look, you have to say the truth to these people that if you want to come on your own and you want to assimilate, you just want to be in, you're free to come in.
Right.
But there's nobody going to give you free land. Or somebody have to say, you must tell your story. Your story, that's just your story. They're
Right.
going to give you free land. And Africa is even more changing than you think. The Africans will be sympathetic to you. They are all dying off.
Right.
You're going to meet a very strong Africa who will resist you and say, I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? So all those like, we are brothers, we are this, forget about it.
Do
Even
you
Africa
think
here, we don't even call ourselves brothers because we have our villages, our lineages, and our tribes. We go by tribes here, not by
Right.
anything. We respect each other's tribes and each other's space and culture and tradition.
And you know, like Kidola, what you're seeing on the internet, for example, you know how, like the video I played, this guy calling Africans monkeys, the insult, like some of these insults you hear.
It's
So
not
a lot of Africans now, because of the internet, you think when they start reaching a lot more, what do you think the sentiment will be?
Africans from, I'm also seeing it. Africa, a lot of Africans also seeing it.
Mhm. Oh, a lot are seeing it now.
A lot are seeing it now.
Mhm.
You see, you don't. I don't. The slave trade is not my business. It's their business. I said it in that lady show, Wakanda lady show. I said,
Wakanda and Queen.
what happened to you is your problem. It's not my problem. I cannot fill your shoes.
Right.
I don't know what is paining you. You know what is paining you. It's not me.
Right.
I'm not going to wrap my head up with that, what you want to sell fake here. You know? And
She
that
says she
Cameroonian
wants
guy-
Africa to heal her.
that
Africa
guy-
is their rehab center now.
That guy called Jude.
Oh, Jude called here yesterday. I think he's from Cameroon.
I said, my brother, you have to say the truth to these people. Because one hand, they're fake. They're not real.
Mhm.
You see, they have a system, the way they operate. One hand, they want to build a trust towards you. But in the other hand, not really trust, but they just want to know about you.
Right.
You know, it's not about, they want to call you brother and come close to you, but in the other hand, it's not real. You have to understand, they have their own system.
This
And
is true.
That system is to fake it.
Right. Fake it till you make it.
When they fake it, they know much about you. They give you a distance.
Right.
You understand? So it's not like we Africans can say, "Hey," even we call each other brother, but we know it's a part of peace and friendship gesture.
Right.
You understand? Because in Africa, you have to show respect first. Because the person you're going to talk to, before you even open your mouth, through your body signs, you will know who you are or what you coming for, what you're coming to do.
Right.
So the truth of the matter is, Africans have to remain as Africa. Don't change who you are. Remain who you are. Don't want, because when you lose who you are as an identity, then you become like an eagle who fly but have no place to land.
This is true. You're
You understand?
You're absolutely correct.
You fly around, but you cannot land in no place. So when you want to be more like the white Americans that own the country, you want to be more than them, you don't even know their nuances, their code and everything, then you become in a very big problem. You understand me?
That's where that equality thing comes in. You know, when somebody, you know, like, I mean, yeah, people have to be equal under the law, but you know, equal opportunity, but not equality of outcome. The outcome can never be, you know, equal. You know, because we all have different perceptions.
There's nothing like, oh, we are one. These new so-called new Pan-Africanist people, these are traders. You
Yes.
understand me? These are businessmen. These so-called Pan-Africans. I don't believe in Pan-African. I believe in individual.
Right.
I love every color. I'm not in B1, B2, B3.
You're not. Hold on. You're not any B.
I'm not in no B nothing. I'm not in no fucking no B shit. I'm not in a pro-black nonsense. I'm in pro everybody.
That's right.
I love who you are. I deal with you individually.
Do you think Nigerians would even listen to somebody telling them don't, you know, be B1, B2, B3, you know, don't like white?
They will shut the door against you. Because in Nigeria, man, we don't have that space to be talking to you about B1 or B2. Because Nigerian people deal with everybody.
Yeah.
It's business.
Yeah.
This word is business.
Right.
You cannot shut some people out and shut the other ones out. You have to deal with everybody.
Right.
You understand? So they're calling us monkeys is not surprising.
Right.
It's always been in their mind. They always have this systematic hatred towards Africans. Only that the Nigerians are more vocal.
Right.
You
This is true. You're right.
You know, the Nigerians are more vocal.
That's why the beef is more about Nigerians, because even the South Africa thing, people think Nigerians are mostly targeted. No, it's because if you attack a Nigerian one, they will retaliate.
Nigerians are not even living in these ghettos in South Africa.
Right.
They live mostly in this suburb, this heavy apartments and these condos. You understand? They're targeting the Zimbabweans and the Tanzanians that are there. You understand? So what you just showed, that guy calling us monkeys and disrespecting and everything, look, I told you, it's a virus. The Pan-African people is a virus. You see, those that call themselves Pan-African, no, they're not Pan-African, they're also FBA people. The same.
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah.
So it depends on the day, and the time. They can be Pan-African.
Yeah.
The moment when it's too sunny, they're FBA. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Or B1.
They say they hate the white people, but they are far more racist than the white person.
Right.
You understand me? So don't come and say you're B1, B2 in Africa. Hold it there. You know, and one thing I noticed what they're doing now, the ones that are coming to Nigerians are kind of the women, they're kind of like the rejected ones.
So you said you think they're sending the rejected ones?
They're sending the rejected ones to Africa to start looking for African men.
Yeah.
You understand me? The ones that have five different baby mamas.
Yeah.
10, 7.
You mean baby daddies?
Yeah, baby daddies.
Yeah.
They're sending them to Africa to come and look for boyfriends and husbands.
Yeah.
You know, no, look for husband there, because that's what I say. I told us, if you know African society and culture, it's totally different. And these women are coming to play around, like they become like a new chap in Africa.
Yeah.
Stay where you are. Don't come to Africa and start selling racism in Africa, or let's hate this, hate that. We're not there with you. We're not one. We're not family. We don't know you. You don't know us. You just happen to be, some of you people are black. That's just all. Your mind is not the same. African mind is different than your mind. That's just all.
You see, Kidola, what you're saying here? This is what upsets many of even the African Pan-Africanists. They would say, "Man, you are divisive," but you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. Let's allow Malik Sanyang also to say something. Malik, thank you for calling in. Where you calling from, Malik?
I'm calling from Washington.
Washington. Thank you for calling in. Malik, have you been listening to what I'm saying here?
Yes, I've been listening to your program, and it's very interesting.
Yes. What do you what do you think about, what I was saying, about the difference between, African and black person? But some people are trying to force it to say they're the same people. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's different. Like, this color of the skin, all of us are black. Nobody can doubt that. Whosoever is from Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa, all of us are black people. Okay. Right. So it depends on how you use it. Some people will start saying, "No, I'm not black. It's maybe the connotation attached to it. Sometimes people may reject it, but the fact is we are all black people."
And Malik, you're from Gambia, right? Like me.
Very good, very good.
Okay. So usually, because we would say, our society is a multi-ethnic society.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But, okay. So, for instance, I know you are not a Sarahule, right?
No.
So wouldn't it be funny to you if I say now you gotta become, you convert and become me?
No, I will not accept that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will not accept that. You know, the tribes, as God said in the Quran, you know, he divided into nations and, you know, people, so that, you know, we can recognize each other. That's all about it. You know, as a Muslim or even non-Muslim, you understand that, you know, this is the power of God to get you from different tribes, you know, from different ethnicities, so that you guys you can understand the mighty of God. That is all about it. So the difference, there is a very big difference, you know, even among ourselves within Africa, like, you know, different ethnic groups. But that doesn't mean that we are different people. You know, understand? You know, it's the same people, but different ethnicities. The way, some of the cultures are very different. Like if you know, in the West, I can understand, where my experience in America, you know, they put all Africa into one group. You understand? Yeah, but you know, I will not fight, you know, to fight with them about it, because I know they don't know. You understand? But as Africans who live in Africa, we understand. All my life, I understand the difference between ethnicities. We have different cultures, the way of thinking, the way of doing things, different religions. You understand? Like if you come here, they will say, "Oh, West Africa." So they generalize all West Africa into one group. You understand? When you have Soninkes in West Africa, you have Mandinkas in West Africa, and those people have different empires at certain point in time. You understand?
Brother, I cannot wake up one day as I'm from my father's tribe. I cannot wake up one day and say I'm from my mother's tribe.
Yeah.
You understand? That's how Africa roll. Look, let me just tell you the truth. Africa culture, Africa tradition is thick, very thick. Very, very thick. You can't break it. No matter where you went to, no matter who you are, you can never break Africa culture and tradition. It's thick.
Yeah. Yes, please allow me to just complete, then I will go. Yeah. So Afidamos, so you can see there is a big cultural difference, you know, between African American and African. You understand? Because these African Americans who come over here after so many years, you know, hundreds of years, of course, they will have, you know, adopted new cultures and everything, which is different from the cultures they left, you know, when coming to the Americas. So at this point in time, I really understand that we are completely different, you know, in you know, with African Americans. Africans and African Americans are completely different culturally, through mindset and everything.
If you say this to them is better, but don't, because when you call them Africa, they get pissed off. So it's better for Africans to address them the way they want to call themselves. You understand?
Yeah, if you call most black people, if you're referring to them as African, especially females, they would take it as an insult. I know people are gonna come here and try to deny it, but again, I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. I'm just
to me, the best word to describe is like, you know, black Americans. You know, but you know, we should not reject the color of the blackness.
Never call them.
We are all black people, but you know, we have differences. Like black American, yeah, they are black Americans. How can you be living here?
When they mean black Americans, they tell you American blacks. They have nothing connected to Africa. You understand me? They have nothing connected to. You see that the Ivory Coast man, they will do that so-called documentary. If you check his face, it's even depressed. It's a depressed man.
Yes.
You know, it's even because when you want to unite with people who said they are not part of you and they're not you. So why are you going there? So these are their own people on their own. So you can group them like people like Ethiopia, Somali. You can they're their own ethnic people like.
No. As you said, you know, even Somali, how to call it, Ethiopia. We are all, you know, Africans. We are all black people. But
no. Don't go too far, my brother. Don't go like that.
You see, no, for us, Afridamos, no, better. Afridamos in Africa, in our side, those days.
One mic.
If you call somebody that, you know, you are a Somalian, they will cry. You know, you remember those days?
Right.
You understand? But now I can see Somalians everywhere. Oh no, I'm surprised. I was even because those days in Gambia, when you tell a small kid, oh, you are small like a like a Somalian, they will cry because
in Nigeria, we have what we call white Nigerians.
Those days,
those people are Africans. The way they behave, the way they talk, and the way they eat the food. You see, it's not skin color that make you an African. You have to understand that. It's a total different ball game. You understand? So you cannot we cannot change our mind. Those people that come to join us. And
so it's not skin color that make you African.
Hold on, Jude, wait, Jude.
Okay.
Hold
on. Look.
I have a problem with this big dog. Let me say something.
Hold on. Okay, wait. Jude. Wait. Allow him. You'll have your moment, Jude. You'll have your moment.
You are the one who is clapping to these people and start calling
them
Africans.
We are not clapping. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and you keep
dividing.
Jude, let him finish. You'll have your moment.
Your Pan-African will never ever walk in Cameroon, even on your own street. Your Pan-African will not walk in Cameroon.
Are you finished?
Are you finished? At your own village, it will not walk. You know that. So why you people lying to these people?
Afrodamus. Let's not turn this into an argument. Everybody's gonna make their point, and we're gonna get along.
Okay, hold on.
Sergio, let me finish my thing.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say, Sam James, what I'm trying to say is this. When you start sugarcoating, try to pretend that these people these blacks who live in the United States are Africans. I think we're deceiving ourselves. And if you continue that route, that road, and these people are telling you they are not Africans, you have to take them for who they call themselves. And they are Blacks Americans. We Africans, West Africa, are far different from them, and we don't have anything relate or communication with them. Then you have to accept it that we are not one and not together. We're not going to stick ourselves together. You understand me? And there's no land for none of them. If you want to come to Africa and become an immigrant, come to Africa and become an immigrant. Come with your money and buy a land and try to have a residence permit to stay there. The day you will mess up and start causing division into racism, to hate the white people, that is the day you go back to your United States. Go back home.
Thank you, Kidola. All right, we have Chaotic Truth. Chaotic, welcome to the show. Chaotic.
Can I say something?
No, you'll have. He was here before. You have your moment. Just remember your points. Don't worry. Go ahead, Chaotic.
Afrodamus, thank you so much, sir.
Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you for coming in here, man.
Yeah.
So African American and African.
Yeah.
Some of the Pan-Africanists, they want to force this and say one and the same. But just like you heard, Kidola and other Africans say, no, there's a difference between Black American and African. But some of these Pan-Africanists, they get really, really upset. And I know you are pro-America. I would think in this case, you would agree with the Africans. I suspect you would, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, but go ahead.
I just came in on the last 10 minutes. I'm preparing for a show tonight.
Oh, okay.
And thank you, sir. Afrodamus, to be completely honest with you, sir, I'm actually disgusted. This argument about African versus African American, Caribbean Black versus African, African versus Brazilian, this is the reason why we are not going to the moon. This is the reason why.
Hold on. You said you came later. Yeah. I think you're taking the argument out of topic.
Oh no, okay. Well,
so we're talking about because it's not like when I say versus, because you have to remember this is from a Pan-African point of view who are saying, because they want to promote to say all Blacks are the same.
Yeah.
So I'm saying no, this is not the reality.
Okay.
Like it's not the same thing. So it's not like Africans are saying, we are Blacks, we're the same as the Blacks. They are saying no.
Well, hopefully I can stay on topic, even though I've only came in the last 2 minutes. But in my observation, it appears that Africans are jealous of African Americans and African Americans are jealous of Africans. It is the weirdest socio-dynamic I've ever seen in my life. First of all, I argue, and you know this, Ephrodimus, I argue all the time with African Americans who are supposedly of slave descent. They swear up and down that we don't like them, and they swear up and down that Africans look down upon them, when in fact, the African American is the superior African on the planet. They have the superior resources. They live in the greatest country on the planet, and they don't recognize their inherent strength just in that alone. And I think what happens is that Africans, our parents and our relatives, we come over here and we see that and notice that, and we kind of like resent the fact that the African American has never taken advantage. And there's some sort of resentment, jealousy, and I feel like that's where this animosity comes. And I think it was Big Dog that may have saying it. I don't know who was saying it, but there is a difference between Africans and African Americans in terms of culturally, spiritually, etc. But I have, and I'm pro America and I'm pro Black America, and I've always said that the Black American should be the staple of African culture. And that pretty much.
And do you want to elaborate on that, saying the Black American culture should be the staple of African culture? Because I want everybody to hear you out here, and then give their rebuttal. So you're saying the Black American culture is the superior culture, and it should be.
Oh, obviously. I mean, it's
okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
It's quite evident. I mean, let's be completely honest. The African American was westernized, and let me be clear: the African American of slave descent, they were westernized way ahead of the African. They had pretty much a head start. So they had a head start on, and I know this is going to cause an uproar, but they had a head They had a head start on being civilized. The ancient Africans were not civilized. They were a people pretty much in the Stone Age. And when the Africans were taken across the shores, whether it was through bondage or voluntarily, the African became a civilized being.
So when you say civilized, right? When you say civilized, right?
Yeah.
What do you consider to be civilization?
Well, I consider civilization.
Hold on. Let him talk, Jude. Please let him talk.
Well, I would consider civilized to be a culture that pretty much exploits their nature and uses it to their own benefit. For example, I'm gonna use Congo, for example. In the Congo, it wasn't called the Congo back in the day, but these people had been walking on coltan for thousands, if not tens of, if not 100,000 years, and they never did anything with the coltan. It took the white man to come in there. It took the white man.
So you are saying that you believe that this coltan was there, and
coltan, rubber, rubber.
Okay, so but do you also take into consideration, right? Environments produce things according to their need also?
Well, I think Ephrodimus, you've said that before, and I'm so glad that you have the ability to ask these tough questions. I take the position of this. Groups of people, yes, do become lazy if you give them a certain environment. I can understand that. I can understand in West Africa, the environment was, warm days every day. You could walk to a tree and get fruits and vegetables and and you had cattle everywhere. I can understand that. And I think that it made our ancestors really lazy. I think that our ancestors lacked the ability to explore. But you got to also consider the fact that it is argued in Jared Diamond's book, Guns, Germs, and Steel, that when you can't domesticate certain animals, then travel is out the question. The zebra was never domesticated, right? But imagine if our ancient ancestors had domesticated the zebra. It's possible.
No, we have donkeys.
Yeah,
you
well,
know that, right?
But donkeys on the scale of a horse is totally different.
We have horses too.
So you know as well as I do that horses weren't as abundant in West.
We do. We have plenty of them. I'm telling you. Even I just came from Gambia. We have like tons and tons of.
But how did they get
Arabian? Oh, they've been there for hundreds of years.
Okay,
a long time.
So,
all these things you're saying, like the domestication, right?
Yeah, but you're saying hundreds of years. I'm talking about thousands of.
Well, I'm just giving you like based on like, because when we speak on recorded history time,
Yeah.
right? Recorded history. So you said the blacks,
Yeah.
should be the superior black. So their culture, the black culture, right?
Yeah, they were. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, where did the blacks get their culture from?
Well, again, the Black American is a hodgepodge of European culture, particularly British and German culture. The British and the German literally are the superior white races. They have the superior languages. I mean, obviously, this is the language that pretty much conquered almost the entire planet.
Oh,
The
okay.
English-
So the blacks, what you're saying, the blacks, then they don't have their own civilization. We are safer to copy the people that they copy,
Well,
the white people,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
Then the blacks are out of the equation because they are
Yeah.
not even running the white man's way properly. Okay, you said that the blacks, they had their moments, right? And
No.
they've had their moments in.
Were you asking me?
So you're talking civilization.
No.
We're talking civilization. So you said the blacks are more civilized than.
No, I said the Black American became
Yeah.
civilized when.
But you still haven't explained how they were ever more civilized than Africans.
I was trying to. So the African.
Okay, go ahead.
I was trying to. So the African, and I use the example of Congo. The African had coltan, he had rubber. The South African had iron ore in those mountains. Never produced steel. Never built any skyscrapers. Never did any other thing with the steel. Clearly, there are no remnants of any advanced civilizations that.
But they built the pyramid though.
No.
Hold on, Jude, let the man talk.
I just got here. Okay. So thank you so much, Aphrodite. So it's not a knock on the Black culture. It's really to just identify things that really happen. And I believe when the African was either taken or voluntarily went to the New World, he was able to develop the skills of Western civilization, which to this day, most Africans, even continental Africans, exploit and listen. Africans we don't even want to be in our own countries because we know.
But Keldick, how many in your estimation, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many Africans, let's say all over Africa, right?
Yes.
How many Africans do you think migrated to America? Like currently, how many Africans do they have here?
Without using any data or stats in front of me, I would say.
Let's say in million.
I would say 10 million, probably.
Way less than that.
Okay, way less than that. Well, nevertheless, it's because of
because the reason why I brought that up, like Africa is like
many.
It's like
many?
Wait, out of 1 billion plus people.
Okay.
So that's literally a drop in the bucket. Many Africans do not leave.
That is true. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
like it literally. If you compare the Africans that are willing to leave, it's literally like 0.000.
Well, you got to admit too, it's probably a good thing that a lot of Africans are not immigrating over into the New World or to America. Imagine if a whole bunch of South Africans immigrated over here. I mean, the country you talk about.
No, but what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you are comparing. What you compared is Western advancement.
Yes, sir.
To African. So that's not the Black people's culture. They copied that. So we can just copy, because if what you're saying.
Yeah.
Then the Blacks' culture is not superior because they don't have their own.
I never said the Black culture was superior.
But then why would we copy them if we know they copied the whites? We can just copy the white people.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Why don't we go directly to the source?
May I finish?
No, because he's been talking for a minute.
Well,
I
just got here, Jude. You guys been.
Give somebody else. Yes, give Jude.
Hold on. One second, Chaotic. Okay, Chaotic. You got 30 seconds, and then let Jude also respond to St. James. Go ahead.
We have to come to the realization that the African and the African American are one and the same, but totally different in a sense. But the fact of the matter is that lying about a past is not going to get you anywhere. And again, the African American is superior. I mean, if it was not for the Western culture, I hate to say it, we would still be beating on drums, running around naked, and worshiping.
Wait. So Chaotic. Wait a minute. Chaotic.
Go ahead.
So you believe that, like
100%.
Africans on the West Coast, right?
Oh,
they were beating drums and running naked.
All of Africa, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'll have the panel respond in a second. Jude, go ahead. Go ahead, Jude. Jude,
Wow.
we're waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe I can now agree that African Americans have a different knowledge about Africans, and Africans have a different knowledge as well. But before I continue, right, I want to talk to Big Dog. I met Big Dog in the panel, right? And it was a lot of people that were talking against Big Dog. There was the guy from Syria, I think Liberia, that went head to head with Big Dog of a problem that happened. And it was this same case that we were talking about, right? About we're talking about this same problem about giving land to African Americans. Do they deserve it? And because of that, he had a problem with that guy. So I came in and tried to help out and say, look, they are giving lands to people that want to come to Africa. And he gets all pissed off and he keeps calling, so Big Dog, learn from people. People want to work together. If African Americans have a place that they feel like Africa is their home, it's good for Africans to give land to these people because they deserve it. If some of them were taken from Africa, they left land behind that you guys own.
But how do you know? Do you know that the people who were sold even had land? Do you
But
even know
part of
this?
your family sold them, of course. If
No,
they have descendants from Africa.
that would
I'm
be a
from
different
Africa.
that would be a different topic. But what do you want to say on this topic here? Because you are a Pan-Africanist,
I'm a
and
Pan-Africanist,
so
man.
you guys have been pushing the idea that it's like as long as all the blacks, every blacks and the Africans is one and the same, so they can unite and work together. We want to hear what your
This is
answer will be. You as a Pan-Africanist,
right.
is
This
this
is the
is
thing,
this
right?
possible?
This is the thing, right? If you go to Nigeria have different cultures, right? Nigeria is split probably into three halves: the Hausas or the North, the Fulanis, the Yorubas, and the Igbos. And these people speak different languages, right? If an Igbo person speak, a Yoruba person can understand. The same like a Fulani person. They have totally different cultures. So if they were in if they were in the same country, they could be a country on their own because they act different, they eat different. And that's the same across the continent. So everybody have a different culture. But as long as you look black, you are part of the family, no matter where you come from, no matter where you were born. It's like saying
Which family you
a
talking about?
family of black, a family of looking the same. If
Okay.
I live in the United States today, if I commit a crime or a policeman pull me over, they won't say, oh, he's African American, or he's African, or he's black. As long as I look black, it's the same thing.
No, they will know you are African. Your accent.
No, they won't. Till I
Sir,
start
Bro,
talking.
can
sir,
I come in
sir,
because I'm urgent to
that's
come
the
in,
truth.
bro.
I'm telling you, let me finish, man. When you guys were talking, I didn't have chance to talk. Now I'm trying to talk. Now this is the thing, right? You cannot try to split people because people act different. Oh, I think Big Dog was saying, oh, these people are so arrogant. I will look up to white people first before looking up to African Americans. But that makes no sense, right?
Why
Because
doesn't it make sense? Didn't you hear what Chaotic said? If the blacks' culture is superior and they took it from the whites,
right, but
I mean, why would you think Big Dog is wrong for copying from the the masters of the blacks? Like, why
because
would
me and you know that the white people were the one that divided us.
I
Colonization.
don't know that.
Oh, you don't know that?
No.
But you are speaking English, right? English wasn't part of your
Sir,
language.
Sir, prior to the white man coming, I can assure you my ancestors spoke many different languages.
But not English.
Sir, that's because people are highly intelligent. English is needed, So, in Cameroon, do you want to tell me that you don't know other language?
No, in Cameroon we speak different languages, but you speak a colonial language because you were
so if I speaking English here, which majority of the world speaks, I can do business in it, right? And I'm speaking it. You don't have to. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me finish. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Sir, let me finish. If, like in my country, I belong to a tribe called Soninke. We have our own language, but I speak Mandinka, Wolof, and other languages. These are not my language. So speaking these languages, how is that different from me speaking English? How is
No,
that
but
different?
because it's an African language, and you should be proud of every African language. You
I
shouldn't
am.
be proud of a colonial language, English.
Sir, it's a language just like the other languages. I have the brain to learn different languages.
Man,
It's
come
not.
on,
It
man.
doesn't.
Let me
It
go
doesn't
back to
matter.
my
Hold on. And wait. And you said Chinese don't speak English. Do you know China? Actually, in China, the Chinese
They are
speak
learning English,
the world's population. Do you know the highest English speakers is in China?
Bro,
Did you
don't
know
sugarcoat
this?
stuff. In
No,
China,
look.
you cannot be a medical
Again,
doctor just
Jude,
speaking English.
Jude, hold on, Jude. Again, I just debunked what you're saying. If I'm speaking English, I'm intelligent enough to speak English, and I'm intelligent enough to speak Wolof, Mandinka, and all these other languages. They are languages. It's not different. I'm just
Can I ask you a
speaking.
question?
I'm speaking language. But you see, I think. Do you feel? Because I know there are Africans who attach like a class to either English or French. They see it as a class system when they learn this. But I speak many languages. I see it as a tool. Do you happen to be one of those people who, is jealous and hate white people?
I'm jealous. I hate white people because they came to Africa and deceive you, and they make your brain so myopic to think that they are superior over you, and you decided to learn their language.
Oh,
and you are benefiting out of it.
Okay, so wait. So the other African languages that I can speak, who
But you are not
brainwashed
speaking it
me?
in public. You only speak it in
Are you
in the local community.
Sir, you're not around me in public. Let me tell you this. Let me help
I've
you.
never heard you speak your language.
Wait a minute. You say you've what?
I've never heard you speak your language on this channel, like from beginning to end.
Oh, so what this channel, is it an English language channel or
Man, don't go there, man. Let's take out this
no.
language.
Look, I'm trying. Wait. Let's not pass this, because I want the other Pan-Africanists that are listening to hear how illogical. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Jude, if I didn't speak English, you didn't speak English, how would we communicate? I don't know. I don't know Bamaleke. I don't know. Sir,
the people that speak English, how do they communicate with the people that speak French?
They speak the local language.
Right. So that's how people will still be communicating.
Sir, hold on. Jude. We are not from the same region. Our tribes are not even close to each other. I bet you if you speak, it would sound like Chinese. If I speak, it would sound like Chinese.
But I just asked you the same question.
No, wait a minute. Sir, if there was no English, there's no way you and I would be able to communicate. I don't know your language. You don't know mine.
I'm asking you, how does a German communicate with a British person?
They speak in a universal language that either the German person speaks German, English, that
will have been the same thing in Africa as well.
Really? How come it didn't happen for all these years until the white man came?
Because you were colonized, so you couldn't know. It seems like,
that back and forth is going to take us for 2 hours.
Yes,
over here.
go ahead. Jude, hold on. You would have the chance. Give me a sec, because I want some of these people to elaborate on what you're saying. Allow St. James. Go ahead.
Let me just finish.
Okay,
my point.
Jude, mine is gonna be simple. It's gonna be simple. You already touched on that. So in Africa, like in my country, in Burkina, Mali, Senegal, everywhere, right? If you go there, we are francophone. If you go to an office and you don't speak French, don't you think other people will speak a different language with you for you to conduct your business? All over Africa, French is not French.
Jude, let him finish. Jude, let him finish.
speaking French is not a requirement for you to conduct business on the continent.
Right.
You know,
And
so
speaking
you can
English
so
is not
that language
requirement
in my country, we speak our dialect everywhere on TV, movies,
Yep.
office,
Music,
building offices,
everything.
music
Right.
everywhere. So if you don't speak French, it doesn't matter. You will still
But
be
you're
able to
coming to my
communicate with
point, and
people.
that's what
No,
I'm
no, no,
saying.
no, 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 no. Dude, don't cut me off. You ask us not to cut you off. Don't cut me off. So French is even like in my tribe, right? Do you know that in my tribes, the chief don't even speak French? Do you know that? Even if they speak French, they don't even speak French with you.
You should be talking to Alfredamus, not me, because
No,
that's what
because
No, wait.
okay.
Talk to me about what,
Okay.
sir?
No. So French in my country, we don't even look at it like okay, this is the superior language that we need to use. This is the official language, but people don't care about it. But here in the West, people people make it believe that Africans care about that French language or the English language or anything else. So without that, we can't conduct businesses. That's what I'm telling you. Is false. The richest people in my country don't even speak French. The richest people in my country don't even speak French. They don't care to learn about it. So, for the guy that I believe he's African American.
Who? Chaotic?
Yeah.
Chaotic is second. Chaotic is second generation Nigerian.
Okay, so for him, so it was mainly when he
Hold
was
on,
talking,
Jude, please. Can you
Okay,
stop interrupting?
I was trying to hear more about culture. So the way he spoke, he was trying to explain to us how the Black American culture is superior than African. We did not hear that. So therefore, I'm not going to take him to task.
Right.
So if he can come back and explain to us how the Black American culture is superior, is considered more superior than the African cultures on the continent, then we can have a conversation. He was mainly talking about other people copying.
Skyscrapers. Yeah, the white people.
Yeah, skyscraper, things that white people are doing that they found out, the black people found out it was cool to copy. So as an African, I'm not going to debate that because it's a fallacy. I'm not going to do that. And I want him to understand there was a point of time that Africans on the continent had a marriage with white people, and at one point we decided to let them go.
Well, in West Africa, even when the Portuguese got there, you can read their writings. These were already established cities.
Yes.
You know, you could read this.
Right. So I just want him to understand.
It's not like people were running with no clothes on.
Right.
Maybe some tribes in the deep forest which still exist, but that's not everybody.
There is a lot that
we have that in the Amazon.
There is a lot on the continent that Africans themselves have not even discovered. We're still learning till this day. So if you come here and talk about superiority, it's like, oh wow, because we were the one that were being colonized, so we are trying to catch up. So don't leave that part out. We are trying to catch up. So every day when you check on the news, you see that Africans are discovering many things now. So what is happening? Africans are getting smarter and smarter every day.
Right.
So they're kind of figuring it out. Like, so you gotta let them do that because it's gonna take time. So don't disrupt that time because we don't know how long the white people took to discover that. There are things that you are really impressed about. Let the Africans do that on their own space. Then we can come back and talk about it. Who was better than who?
Yeah, I would have loved for Chaotic to stay around so you guys can.
No, he wasn't. He was talking about technology advancement and all that.
That's white people's creation, though.
Right, like Kidola said, if you copy it from a white person, why do I go to a third party? I just go directly to the white person and copy it from them.
Sam James, you see that guy? I think I've seen that guy once in one program. He was calling himself Black America. I think there's a guy called Nakmizi. Shut him down. You understand? Shut that guy down. That guy is a confused and they have mental issue. You understand? That guy is nobody. He's just an heir.
But he's Nigerian. No, he's American.
It's a disgrace. I don't know how his father trained him. I think it's a guy that's running. Look, that's a typical guy who run from his culture and who run from his tradition and want to claim somebody else's identity. And this is why the Black Americans are pissed. You understand? This is why the Black Americans are pissed. When you don't have a cultural identity, you become empty. That guy's an empty guy. So I think the Black Americans will not even like to deal with him. You understand? He's trying to steal a Black American identity and turn it to its own. First of all, by praising them and capping towards them. You have to be who you are, and you have to be honest to who you are. I don't understand is what my culture is superior than any other culture. So I'm not going to say somebody else's culture I don't know nothing about. You understand? I will respect your culture. I will respect where you're coming from. I will not disrespect what who you are and everything. That's what we Africans, we West Africa, that's where we operate. That's why we have peace there. You understand? That's what I say. It's not the way you know what comes out from mouth. It's your body language. Before we understand, we will know what if you're coming from war or peace.
We have chaotic back. So St. James, you were going to take him to task. Hold on. Go ahead, Big Dog. Afterwards.
Let me just finish with this guy that is an empty soul.
Oh, he's here. Chaotic is here.
To hold up to is you have an empty spirit. It's a dove who fly around and doesn't know where to lay his nest. You understand? It's a lost soul. It's not even. I cannot call this guy.
Isn't him in Nigeria?
I cannot call this guy in Nigeria because it's a fake Black American. You understand me? Black American is telling you that that they are not Africans. You, that's Africa, you want to claim Black America. And I noticed Nagbisi shut you down. Say, claim you are Yoruba, claim your Yoruba area. Don't come and say superiority or no superiority. Are you the one that are free? Is Black America that free Nigeria for independence? I want to ask you. Is Black America that free West Africa for independence? No. We did it ourselves by putting our necks on the line. Don't come and tell us here because you live so years in America, possibility, you don't have no base. How long have you ever visited Nigeria? Do you know what's going on in Nigeria? Do you know the businessmen in Nigeria? Do you know how business run in Nigeria? Talking about superiority here. You are the one that have, you are the one that inferiority, you particular. Come to Nigeria, come and see how many business roll here. What people are doing here. Who are you? What do you have? How much money do you have? You are a piece of shit.
I think Big Dog.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. Proud Somali, go ahead, and then we'll allow Chaotic to respond, and then he can, St. James can ask him what he wanted to ask him. Go ahead, Proud Somali.
Although I think Chaotic is kind of self-hater, but I think he got a fair point when he said, I'm 100% sure that Big Dog will be running around naked in Nigeria.
You said Chaotic is what?
I think Chaotic is just some kind of self-hater, he's whitewashed, So I think Big Dog will be running around naked in Nigeria if the white guys did not come to Nigeria and colonized him. That's really so true, If these guys want colonized today, they will be running around naked, and that's just the truth, But I think you don't have to admit that, and Chaotic said that's that thing for whole of Africa. I think Somalians weren't naked when the white guy came, but West Africa.
My brother, before I let you continue, when the white people came in contact with my people, we were not naked.
Most of you were. Most of
well, if you guys were naked, I give you that because that's your place. But when the white folks came to my place, we were not naked. That's a fact.
Where are you from?
I thought Somalia was Africa.
No, bro.
I don't do the Africa. Africa's very complex.
Proud Somali, where did you learn that when the white people came to West Africa, the people they came in contact with, the people they traded with were running around naked? Where did you learn this? Because I've read a lot of even the Portuguese writings, who came there around those times, and that's not what they said. But go ahead.
Afrodamos, let me just tell you one thing. Our people, my grandmother was already, these are the Somali people come here they would diss the the American blacks, or this, the West Africans. They're very good in this. And chaotic. This guy called Chaotic is a delusional guy also. My grandmother was already doing white cuties. My grandmother was already doing white cuties to make a very big dress. And some of these white dresses, that's the dress they also worship their gods with.
Well, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Allow Malik. Okay, you got 30 seconds, Malik.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Guys,
Allow me to declare something big, dog, please. I don't
guys,
know
hold on.
the phone. Like Proud Somali said. Proud Somali, I think you don't know the history of West Africa. Mansa Musa is from West Africa. And Mansa Musa built his mosque in the 12th century. Then there was no colonization that took place in Africa. So and he went to Mecca. You understand? And Mali Empire was covering from
and before Mali,
yeah,
it was Ghana Empire that started in the 7th century, which was run by the Soninke.
Yes, that's true. I'm just trying to
so unless you guys want to tell me we were naked,
if he is a Muslim, true Muslim, if he read Islam, real, how to call it, Islamic empires in the world, he should have known that Mansa Musa went to Mecca. You understand? In the 12th century. And before that, before Mansa Musa, all the kings before Mansa Musa were Muslims. They were dressed up, they have clothes. We have cotton weavers in our clan they have a surname, a special surname who do cotton works. What
this
are you
is
talking
true.
about?
We have our own fabrics. That's why I'm laughing. We grew cotton.
Not even that. Iron. The guy who is talking about iron.
Iron, leather, we made all that.
That's what I'm saying. We have a special surnames. If you belong to those surnames, as the Mandinka said, if you belong to those surnames, those are your jobs. These are centuries. I don't know. You are in East Africa. You don't know what is going in West Africa, and you join all West Africa into one group. Did you even know about the Islamic Empire in Nigeria?
Hold on, Malik. Hold on. Let me read this super chat. MS Delta, thank you for the $100 super chat. Hold on, Malik. Wait. Alfredamos, I'm coming in late. As a proud ADOS FBA, I realize we are cousins to Western Africans and we have mostly Nigerian DNA. We as Western African diaspora family can fight, but not other African business. Example, East Africans. Thank you, MS Delta. And Malik, while you talk about this, you and I are from the same country.
Exactly.
Right?
I want to clarify
So can you clarify to this man that in Gambia, you don't have to know English to get business done?
Exactly. So I'm just trying to tell him West Africa is comprised of 16 countries in West Africa. Mauritania is part of West Africa. So I'm just trying to tell him we are bordered with the Arab nations. In Gambia, when you cross to Senegal, then you get Mauritania. You understand? So if you don't know history about West Africa, you just join all Nigeria and all of this. You don't know about the Sotoko Caliphate. These are empires before colonization. You think those people they did not wear clothes? They were Muslims. They did not wear clothes. They pray 5 times a day. They were running naked. Sometimes you have to use your brain as Muslims. I think sometimes Somalians, you guys, I don't know whether you read history or you just deliberately say things that you don't even know anything about. Like Gambians, mostly, they don't come to this internet here arguing with you, or we are superior, we are that. We don't have that time because it's a waste of time. Afridemos is doing a very good job. You understand?
Why?
And I support him for that. But proud Somali.
Why all the division?
But proud
Somali amongst Africans, man.
But if you want to know history, as a Muslim, talk.
He's not a Muslim.
Oh, he's not a Muslim.
You're talking to the Somali guy?
Yeah, I'm talking to the Somali guy because they think that they are the only Muslims in Africa. That is the biggest mistake they had. People in West Africa became Muslims thousands of years ago.
No, less than that.
That's a colonial religion. Okay. We have to take.
No, I understand that. If you say it's a colonial religion, I accept. I did not disagree to that.
It's a colonial religion.
But I'm telling you. Even some, I'm telling the Somali brother that, it doesn't mean that Somalians are the only Muslims in Africa.
And they
But
should
this
not.
is the thing. Can I ask a
Jude,
question?
Jude, Jude, hold on. Okay, okay.
They should
Let me just ask a
differentiate
question.
between being a
What is
Muslim
going on between
and having your culture.
Jude,
It's
Jude,
different.
let the
It's two
man
different
talk.
things. Having a religion and having your culture is two different things. But to my understanding, because I've worked in Darfur, I was in Sudan, as a military advisor. But I'm telling you, I meet a lot of Somalians, I meet a lot of East Africans, I meet a lot of people. But I think this thinking of Somalians trying to remove East Africans who came to their rescue throughout the world. African soldiers die in Somalia trying to help their people from the jihadists. Did he know that?
Africadamus, bro.
He did not know that.
Africadamus, bro. You are giving these guys 10, 20 minutes, bro.
Okay, hold on, Proud Somali. One second. Hold on. We would all have a chance. But can you guys please, before we forget, let's allow Chaotic to respond to Big Dog and then St. James. Go ahead, Chaotic. Please,
thank you
guys.
so much. And I'm gonna get up out of here after this.
Yeah, you got a show coming. So, guys, let him talk, please.
Big
And Jude, please don't interrupt him.
Thank you so much, Afrodamas. You are an incredible host, sir.
Thank you.
Big Dog, you said some very insulting things, sir. In my opinion, they were downright despicable what you said to me. But nevertheless, this is the beauty of America. You are free to say what you want, sir. But Big Dog, facts are facts. The Africans never built any building over 2 or 3 stories. They never smelted any iron ore.
Guys, let him hold on. Guys, let him talk. Proud, please let the man talk. Let him talk, please. Let the man talk. Go ahead, Chaotic. Where's Chaotic? Go ahead.
Again,
not all Africans are the same. Not all Africans are the same.
What in the
Go ahead, Chaotic.
Yeah, so Big Dog, you can say all you want to say about me and I should be ashamed of myself and yada yada yada. But let's be honest, Big Dog, you benefit off of Western culture, even if you're still living in Nigeria, sir. Sir, you guys talked about Mansa Musa. Let's be honest, Mansa Musa was the equivalent of a Floyd Mayweather. The nigga walked around with gold all over his body. The nigga went into Egypt and he made the Arabs aware that the niggas in West Africa had gold, and that's why the Arabs invaded West Africa. He is responsible, in my opinion, for the Arab invasion of Africa. Now, you niggas can sit there all day long and talk about Mansa Musa, but I know the history of Mansa Musa, and so do you. Mansa Musa was a fool, and he didn't do anything for Mali. That's why there's nothing in Mali but some damn mud structures right now to this day that the white man is telling you that they're antiquity, and they're not, for real. It's just some damn mud structures that are 2 stories high. We got to get over this thing about the past and start realizing that our ancestors were fools and that we could possibly be what we think our ancestors were. We could be superior. And so you can sit there and say all these things you want, Big Dog, about me, and that's totally fine, sir. But you benefit off the white man. You got the white man's car. You're on the white man's computer right now. You're on the white man's street. Sir.
The white man is on my chip. He's on my chip. He's using my chip as well.
I sit here and let them talk.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish real quick. You guys will love
the white man. I love the white man.
Big Dog.
But you see, Chaotic, he's agreeing with you. Big Dog, let him finish. Go ahead. Chaotic.
Now, I'm about to bring it home. Now, like I said before, man, I'm about to get up out of here, but you can say what you want to say, but you know as well as I do, sir, that you don't want to live in Nigeria, and given the first opportunity, your black ass to be up out of Nigeria. Stop.
He lives there.
Oh, well, sir, I bet you if he came up on some money, he would be out of there.
He's got money. He can travel. He's been in Europe.
Okay,
he went to school there.
Oh, man, stop lying. If he got some money, he will leave Nigeria.
No, let him talk. Guys. Oh, wait. Hold on, guys.
Why don't you talk about the Africans, our own family member that came here and went back home?
Right.
So that came here, they went back home. They say they can't live here. Let's talk about those people as well. If you are saying that Africans on the continent want to live here,
hold on, guys.
Talk about the ones that live here. Can I speak?
No,
yeah, go ahead.
No, because
it's not on the bottom.
Hold on. St. James.
What he's doing is not on the bottom.
Hold on.
It's not on the bottom.
25 minutes to listen to y'all. I ain't say nothing. May I speak, please?
Hold on. Let me announce this.
Your ass ain't saying anything either.
Hold on, guys. Let me read this.
Oh my God! Can I talk?
Hold on, let me read this. Let me read this.
Thank you, Summer.
MS Delta, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said facts. Chaotic Truth live. He was dropping too much gold. Okay, Chaotic. Wrap it up quick so St. James can respond and Big
I'll
Dog.
wrap it up real quick. If what you guys are saying is true about Africa, how come Africa never had any advanced civilizations on the same scale as any Western culture? That's it.
But Chaotic, you moved the goalpost. We were talking about the blacks. You see, Big Dog loves white people. He's made that known.
Of course, he's Nigerian. We know.
Okay. Okay. So St. James, your turn. Go ahead, St. James. Respond.
Like I was saying, every nation took time to build their civilizations. And if you look at it, the Roman Empire, the Greeks, and all that, if you say it took why Africans is now at the same level, that's the question I'm asking you. Did they take about the same amount of time to build the infrastructure over there? No, it's not the same. We got colonized, and we all agree to that. And you got to remember, us living with white people, there was a time our forefather came to the realization that we have to build our own nation, and we separated. And from that, I also agree, some people did not leave us alone. I'm not saying you can't blame Africans. Yes, we're here to be blamed as well. We contributed to our own downfall. But you have to also acknowledge that a lot of nations have made sure that Africa is where it is right now. So let's bring that into the equation. Because I don't want to have this conversation with you when you talk about Black American having the superior culture, because I thought you were Black American. If you are African pretending to be African American, I'm not going to have that with you, because there is no point of us debating that. Because when you're talking about culture, we have to decipher what culture is, and we can go from there. I believe you're not going to have this debate with me, because there is no culture here that I'm seeing that's superior to mine. This is my own observation as an African living in America. Yes, this is my own observations.
What country are you from again, sir?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. What country are you again?
Burkina Faso.
Sir, you're a Burkinabe, sir. Your only great leader was Thomas Sankara. Other than that,
so what does it matter? So what does it matter? What does it matter though?
Because you're trying to compare Burkina Faso to
what about the chiefs? Do you know any of the chiefs in Burkina Faso?
Burkina Faso's a shithole, sir. You know that.
Okay, your mama's ass is a shithole. How about that?
Hold on. Okay. Let's Big Dog. Let's allow Big Dog to speak. Go ahead, Big Dog.
You see this guy. This guy is a guy that will come to Nigeria, right? I think it will belong to some certain aspects when they visit Lagos or any part of Nigeria. They will treat him. They will try to chain him and put him in some certain small room and start treating him with traditional message to correct his brain. You understand? Because he's trying to insult everybody.
You mean the Nigerians would kidnap me, sir?
I'm using the white. I told you, I'm not pro black. I'm not pro B1, B2. I'm pro everybody. Let me just get you straight, boy.
Boy. This little guy is coming here talking about Sankara. Do you think Sankara is the most prominent figure in Burkina Faso? Do you think that?
But hold on, chaotic. Would this be? I think you are going by, what is promoted like in the West, but there are many other traditional Africans who are well known, who have built civilization.
This guy was calling himself.
They are more popular than Thomas Sankara.
This guy was calling himself black. This guy was calling
himself. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. He wants to ask me. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Me and you've talked before.
Right.
Let's be honest. Burkina Faso, which used to be called Upper Volta by the French colonists, other than Thomas Sankara, who was a prominent Burkinabe? Let's be honest.
There is, sir. Here's a Burkinabe here. Hold on. There's Blaise Compaoré.
Blaise Compaoré was a traitor, and you know it.
No, but you said name one. St. James is a Burkinabe. He can tell you the name. I'm telling you, you are going by what the Western people promote. There's a lot of prominent people in that country that you will know.
So by me dropping the names, right? It's kind of like
hold on, guys. One mic.
Let me speak. I said this guy if this guy come to Nigeria, right?
Okay, chaotic. I will talk to you later.
Oh no, I want to say something before I leave.
Hold on,
If this
go
guy
ahead.
come to Nigeria, if this guy come to Nigeria, right? The way he's talk, they will think he's crazy. He's a mental issue. The whole family will catch him and chain him in a one small room and start feeding him with a traditional medicine to cure him.
Go ahead. Hold on, Big Dog. He want to ask you something. Go ahead.
So Big Dog, he's the Akata, right? So he's the Akata, right?
Yeah, he's the Akata.
Big Dog,
okay, gotcha.
Big Dog, I'm about to leave real quick. Okay, can I ask you a question, sir? May I ask you a question, my good sir?
Go ahead, chaotic.
I don't know if he's there or not. Big Dog, are you there?
Yeah, he's here.
He's there, man. Ask him the question.
Okay, well, anybody can answer this question. It could be even you, St. James, because you're from Burkina Faso, right? Can I answer this?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Ask an honest question. I'll respond to you by an honest question.
I got to ask you this question. Okay. When you go to when you eat dinner, right? Before you prepare, do you take the plate out of your lip? Hey man, have a good one, guys.
Next question.
Okay, I guess.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Hey, thanks for coming, chaotic.
All right, cool.
And MS Delta, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, "Wait a minute, some Africans." He said, "Wait a minute, some Africans, you don't. I think he's not know AAs to use slavery as an excuse. Why Africans get to use colonization as an excuse? I guess MS Delta is saying African Americans don't get to use slavery as an excuse. Why Africans using colonization as an excuse?
In Africa, Afrodamus, in Africa, nobody even talk about the British.
Right.
Nobody talk about the British. You know, you see, if you don't know much about Africa, you think, we don't even go back during the French or the British time. We just face what is the reality. Now, we struggle for our own life. We do our own things, and that's where we operate. And I think we should be proud to the extent we are now, and we will far more better. So I don't.
Yeah, but this is why I like this the conversation, because I'm telling you there is a lot of misconception, because this is why people think, Africans, we were running around naked. So I'm glad Malik brought up the histories. This is not only from the blacks here. You saw Somali come here and say the same thing, and you see them even in the chat. You've had some yesterday even calling me Adun, which means slave. I've never been anyone's slave, you see. But this is the misconceptions, hold on. That's why even you have Africans like Jude. I don't know what Cameroon is like, but the way this man sounds is weird. Like he thinks that, like he's speaking as if, if you don't speak English or French, you cannot operate in these countries. I don't know about other places, but wait a minute. Let me finish. In my country, for instance, right here, me and Malik Sanyang, we are not from the same tribe. Me and Malik, if both of us don't know English, I assure you, there's a language that we both speak fluently. That is normal in the country. Like St. James said, you go to the office, you don't need to know English. Our local languages is what is used.
But you are coming back to my point. Why not speak it in public?
Sir, that's what we speak. Sir, that's what we speak in public. What are you talking about? If I'm speaking here in my language, sir, you would not understand a thing. The people are communicating. Hold on, let me finish. Jude, please, calm down. You see, this is the reason why people confidently say Africans have low IQ. You are displaying low IQ all throughout. I don't mean to be rude, but you're
arguing over your partner.
No, hold on. Let me finish. Your comprehension skills is just not there. Like, I don't know what is wrong with you. Like, are you listening to yourself? Language is a tool. So I don't know what is you've told us you hate white people. So obviously you are irrational. I don't know what you're doing in white people's country, but you're not making sense. Please exercise some understanding and logic here. You're not making sense at all. If you cannot speak other languages, just let us know. Stop bothering us about this silly thing talking about you don't speak your language in public. Are you around me? If I speak it here, who am I going to be talking to? My channel is an English channel. So get your head out of your ass and start listening.
And
Please.
can I talk?
Let me read this. You would have a chance. MS Delta, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, Afridamus is doing real edutainment. That's right. Go ahead, Jude.
Man, I'm see, look, and it's not that I really, most of us Africans, man, I'm really pissed because the things that we do is just kind of annoying, you know. We are stick to this colonial mindset that theirs is better. And since you think English is better or the languages, I speak French. Let me say that, but I really don't speak it. I don't really, because I feel it's a colonial language.
So did I say English is better?
And that's what people assume. And
No.
especially Africans.
No.
And
You're talking to me in this panel here. In this panel, did you hear anyone say English is better? No language is better for me. You know what language is better for me? You know what? What language I find better? Any language that I can communicate with people in and understand each other. Look, sir, please do not ruin my show with this. Like I've been here over 3 hours. I've tried to be patient. This is remedial class. Let's not do this, okay?
Right. I don't
if you don't look, if you don't understand language as a vehicle, like I'm not gonna entertain this. Please, let's get off this subject. Like this is so irrelevant. This is not making sense. Please.
All right, I don't want to talk about language, right? I had a question that I wanted to ask.
Can you let St. James talk? Go ahead, St. James.
I haven't even spoke, man. I wanted to ask a question.
Mike, okay, mine is you know this, right? I don't hog the mic. You see, when there is an open mic, right? People struggle to get their point across because they're so used to the kumbaya, know. And then when they come here and they talk them, you see that guy is stoic. He says he has a show. I wanted him to touch on the culture, but I bet you're not gonna do that. You know what Africans find superior? We will tell you. If we haven't changed our culture to somebody else's culture, that means we feel like ours is the best. But we're not gonna say it to your face because this is the way we were raised. We're gonna keep ours and you get to keep yours. We don't talk about it. You have a complex. That's why you talk about it. You see what I'm saying? So for most Africans, like you talking about, some people feel like English or French is the best. Like I told you, in my country, I can guarantee you 95% of the people don't care about French. They give it to you in any other language that you may ask for. Even here in America, our community, when we hang out, we don't speak French, we don't speak English. So how is that possible? If we don't like our own languages, how is that possible? Why do we still remember those things? Make it make sense to me because I don't.
Well, Jude want us to just go speak language to whoever, even if they don't know the language. Like this man doesn't understand language is a vehicle for people to understand each other.
But you really
understand. But he wants sir. Now I understand why there is a war about language in your country, because this is weird to me. Trust me, this is weird to me. Like, do you think us in Gambia we would ever fight over foreign language? Are you kidding me?
But that's the mindset. That's what you don't understand. But
that is the mindset where you come from.
No,
not where we come from.
Can you be a medical doctor in your country speaking your local language?
Sure.
Really? Can you be a medical doctor speaking your tribal language?
What language do you think the doctors who are Gambians
the doctors speak to the patients? As the doctors speak to the patient. I go home every time I speak to doctor.
Now, see. Understand my question. Can you be a medical doctor in your country that they teach in your tribal language? I didn't say you didn't speak it.
Sir,
I'm asking you a question.
Jude, Jude, if everything that I'm saying here in English, I can translate it in every language in my country that I can speak. Do you have a brain? Do you not know how to translate? Wait a minute. Hold on, Jude.
The best doctors in America, do they spoke English when they were young?
I don't know. Something is wrong here, Jude. You're not making sense, sir.
Like most Africans always want to sugarcoat stuff, and that I don't really want to talk about it, but it's okay. But my question that I had was, we are so disunited, right? We feel like we feel like we have to. If they talk bad about us, we have to stand out for.
Who is they?
Come on, man. Like people like.
Dude, let me help you, please. Can you
hold on, guys? Let him say it. Let him say it. So, who is the people that you speak of?
Talk things that are happening amongst Africans, we feel like, oh, this is this.
That's not true. Like, give us an example.
Chaotic Truth was over here and was talking things that probably make sense.
Like what? Give us examples. I'm asking for examples. We're listening.
Man, I'm not out for giving you examples, but I want to say I wish one day.
No. Wait a minute. Jude, I'm beginning to think this panel is way above your head. No, seriously. Look. Let me be real with you. This panel here is not like those other panels where any Joe Blow can come and tell any fantasy. That's not the game here. Please, if you are gonna make claims about things, make sure you have the proof. You're saying the man said things, you're talking like, give us examples. We're all adults here.
He said things about development, about infrastructure.
Give us example.
In Africa, I believe you said what?
Like what?
Infrastructure. He was talking about infrastructure, how there wasn't no real buildings in Africa.
Oh, did the panelists disagree or did they agree? I believe I agree. I said no. I said given space. I said given space to those African countries, that I believe they have some catching up to do. I never said I disagree because we don't have those kind of. We have those kind of development.
Hold on. Let me read this real quick. Wait.
There's no difference between Jude and that lady that committed that heinous crime. You see.
Hold on. Let me finish this real quick. Hold on, Jude. 1 second. Let me read this. MS Delta, thank you for $20 super chat. He said there are plenty of doctors in USA that speak different languages. 100%. Example: Spanish, Farsi. In fact, as a doctor speaking another language is an advantage, especially if you do international medical research. Exactly.
You didn't understand my point. You be a medical doctor in your language in school.
Yes. Okay. So the doctors, right? The medical doctors so are you telling me the things I've learned in English, in the English language in school, I cannot translate that in my language? Is that your point?
Okay.
Hold on. No, answer my question. Is that what you are? So
it's not the matter of translation. If you go to Japan, right? Japan speak a language.
Yes, they speak Japanese. That's their language.
They speak Japanese, right? And they can do whatever they want to do in Japanese.
But
so do we.
Sir, please, let me help you with Jude. Sorry.
Hold on. Let me read this real quick. Malik, you can go on. 1 second. KBM, thank you for the $10 super chat. He said, doctors have a patient speaking another language. They get a translator. In fact, I have done translating here in America. Before for the U.S. immigration, I would translate in Mandinka and Wolof for people. So this guy I don't know what is wrong with him. Yes. Hold on, let me finish with it. He said, yes, one can, if they can speak another language in American hospital as a doctor. I don't think this guy lives in America. Jude, I think you're lying. If you really live in America, You wouldn't be this
Come on, man.
clueless. Let's
Come on,
allow
man.
Go ahead, Malik. Malik, go ahead. And then
Sorry,
Why am
Jude.
I to dispute? But this is the thing, right? Let me
Sorry,
finish my point, right?
Jude, please. Why anytime I call somebody else, you interrupt? You wait till I call the man.
But
You
let me
know.
just finish. Let me
Okay,
just finish.
hold on.
Where
Jude,
is
wait.
Let me just finish because you keep intervening. I want to tell you, keep asking questions.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Oh, Big Dog was just saying something that, oh, this guy looks like the girl that kid. See, this is the thing, right? I don't really want to call people out or call people countries out. Oh, Nigeria did this. Oh, Cameroonian did this. Oh, the Gambia did this. Because every country in Africa have a problem. And our individuals in those countries also have problems.
Sir, in my country, we are not over there fighting each other over English. We are not killing each other. So
Right, but your former president did kill a lot of people. Yahya Jammeh did kill a lot of people that opposed him.
Did you hear what you said? You said what did you say? What
Your
title?
former president was killing people
All
in that
right.
country.
Okay. He is former for a reason, right?
Right, but
Okay.
things
So
come and pass.
again, you are speaking of former. So obviously, the people believe there was a problem and they took care of it.
Right.
You
And
on the other hand, hold on. In Cameroon, on the other hand, you guys are fighting each other over
Right, but you don't
language.
fight.
I
The
understand.
fighting is not
Wait,
going on. That's the former. The fighting is not going on.
sir, we do not have these problems. I'm just telling you.
Wait, do you
This is
even know
what.
what the problem is?
Let me answer Jude.
Look,
please.
we do not have
let
these
me help you.
problems.
Afidamus,
Please.
let me help you because I have vast experience about this stuff. Because I think I don't know where Mr. Jude is from. Is he from Cameroon?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I'm asking him a question. Like, there are a lot of languages in Cameroon, even more than Gambia, because Gambia we have only 9. I know Cameroon it will be more than maybe 50 or so. So now among
We
these
have
languages,
256.
which language will you accept to be your national language?
We have over 256, so it's really hard in my country to find a language that can
Thank
speak
you
for the
very much.
population.
This is why Afidamus is speaking in English so that you and I will be able to communicate in this platform. You understand?
But
It's not
as
about.
a Pan-African,
Let
right?
me tell you, in Africa, wait. If you go to Tanzania, you understand? You will find doctors in Swahili language. Swahili
But
is a
as a
traditional.
Pan-African, that's a colonial language.
Can you please wait? In Swahili, there is a language. I meet with people who have master's degree in Swahili language. You understand? Huh? So if you have writing, can you begin the journey? Write a language write it in your own alphabet in your country and allow people to be speaking that language. I think that will solve your problem.
No, the thing that you don't know is people speak their tribal language in Cameroon. They do.
Thank you very much. This is what. Do you write it? Did you write it down?
Right, they
So
got
able to go to
writings
school
on
with
it.
it?
They got writings on it, but that's the problem
In
for all
which alphabet?
Africa because we don't
In which
value it.
alphabet? Is it in English or in
No,
French?
it's not. It's not in English, but we don't value the languages that
Do
we have.
you
in
have your
Africa.
own alphabet, please?
Dude, speak for yourself.
We do.
Did
We
you have
do.
your own alphabet?
We do.
It's different
But
from
we don't
English.
value the languages that we have across all Africa.
So now try to sensitize people to accept that. But the reason for this platform is for us to communicate. So don't bring that thing to be something here. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Malik. Let me read MS Delta's. MS Delta said facts. Even in some areas in America, doctors need to learn Spanish to get hired. Exactly.
But Spanish is a colonial language. Africa doesn't have that. Africa doesn't have that.
Afrodamus, let me say something.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Jude, you've walked into the wrong panel, mate. I'm sorry, Afrodamus, I have to commend you for being so quick to pick up what can say. Something is wrong here. What's going on? Jude, this is not a Pan-Africanist channel. This one is there to kill Pan-Africanists. So you run into the wrong.
No. There is no killing of anything.
You run into the wrong panel, Jude.
There is no need to kill anything. It will kill itself. You don't need to kill it. It will kill itself.
Anyway, Jude, this I'm glad you stepped out of Gina's channel because this channel, all these other channels, you will feel the heat that Me and
Right.
Tinaja have been
Right,
feeling
boy, you are
on
right,
this
man.
fight.
You are right. Wow.
I'm telling you,
Jude,
Jude is one of the toughest persons to actually convince of everything. I'm
Why?
telling you.
Because
No,
I'm
Jude,
confused because we Africans are so disunited. We can't. I mean, people are saying, "Oh, West Africa look different." East Africa. Why do you want to divide people? East Africa and West Africa.
Jude,
As long as you're from Africa,
Jude,
you are the
you
same
don't even know. You don't
Jude.
even hear the half of it, bro. I'm telling you, there is no.
Jude, we're united in our country. You should unite those 240 tribes, in Cameroon. You are bringing your own drama onto these African streets.
No,
Okay?
man.
That's what you're doing. You guys have this drama. Here's the thing, Jude. I don't know if you're in Italy or one of those
Come on,
European
man. Why am
countries.
I in Italy? I'm in the state, bro. What are you talking
No,
about?
sir, there's no way you are in the state. There's no way.
Let me turn my video on and show you out, man. What are you talking about?
You don't have to turn your video on, Jude.
Jude, hold on. KBM, thank you for the super chat. He said Jude invited himself to the wrong cookout. Exactly. So
I have a question for Jude though.
Go ahead.
But how
so
can
when
this
it comes
guy-
to Pan-Africanism, Jude, I have a question. When it comes to Pan-Africanism, right? You being an African, I believe you were born on the continent and you were raised on the continent, and then you move here to the United States, correct?
Right.
Okay. Did you read about Marcus Garvey in Africa?
I read about Marcus Garvey. Yeah.
At what year? At what age?
At the university.
At the university level. So elementary school, secondary school, you learn nothing of him, right?
No, they don't teach that in elementary
Okay.
school.
Did
in
they teach
Africa,
that to
man.
you
Come
in
on.
the university, or you did your own research?
In African American history, they really don't. They just
No. I'm
go
asking you
deeper
a
into
specific question. You said you learned about Marcus Garvey at the university. So I'm
Right.
asking you, did you do your own research, or it was taught at the university?
There was. You have to do private research at the same time. What they give you in school is not enough, so you have to do
Okay,
research.
so that
on it.
means at the University of Yaoundé they care less about Marcus Garvey to teach you,
No, I
right?
didn't go to university. I didn't go to university in Cameroon. Man.
Okay, so but it's still the same point that I'm trying to make. So they care less about Marcus
Where did you
Garvey.
go
That's
to
why they didn't
university?
teach it to you,
Where?
right?
You said what?
Where did you go to university?
What are you talking about? I went to school here in Michigan, Grand Valley.
In Michigan. And
Yeah.
and you said you learned about Marcus Garvey in African American studies.
Right, it's part of it, but they
Really?
don't.
So
Well, this is good. Hold on. No, Saint James, this is good because I actually I took African American history when I was in the 14th grade. So this is good, So you are telling me Marcus Garvey, was part of it. So in what context? Let me read this, but I'll allow St. James to finish. MS Delta, thank you again. MS Delta said, Afridamus has educated and well-traveled guests and audiences, edutainment here. Thank you very much. Go ahead, St. James.
No, my question because I did not understand. I did not hear him. So did you come here after high school and you learn about Marcus Garvey, or you learn about Marcus Garvey going to university in Cameroon?
But I didn't go to university in Cameroon, man. I came here
So-
and then.
So prior to
started
coming here in
international
America, you did
relations
not know
and-
about Marcus Garvey, correct? Prior to coming here, you did not know
So
about Marcus Garvey.
which school did you say you went to again? In
Man, why
Michigan?
you do? I went to Grand Valley, man. What you want to do? Like,
No, basically,
Grand Valley,
we're trying to
Michigan.
know,
Grand
We're just trying to know.
Right,
Yes,
Grand
that's all.
Valley.
Someone
I came here
said,
and learn about
hold on.
Marcus Garvey and learn about
Wait.
African, like the people that I live with, the people that look like me in school. There was a difference, but when I start learning about the history, I realized that wow, we might
Okay,
even
hold
look
on.
the same people.
Okay.
Hold on, let me say this. Hold on, let me say this real quick.
Okay.
Let me read this super chat. KBM, thank you for the super chat. He said, now it's Michigan, but yesterday it was Utah.
I live in
Okay,
Utah. I live in Utah. Went to school in Michigan. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
No, I'm
So,
just reading the super chat.
Jude, at what
Right.
time did you learn about Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, all Nelson Mandela? At what time? During what period?
That was in high school. In Africa, we learned that in high school.
In high school. Okay. But
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey didn't come there, right?
No, because
Okay.
that was like international world history.
Okay.
Well,
Did you
if
have
they really
respect for
want you
those
guys
people that I
have
just
to.
mentioned? Did you have respect for those people I just mentioned?
For who? From Kwame Kuma?
Yeah, those people are the Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, all these people. Did
I
you have
mean,
respect for
Kwame
them?
Kuma. Yeah, Patrice Lumumba of
Okay.
Congo. Yeah, of course. Kwame Kuma. Yeah.
Did they speak the same
let's
language?
move
Did they
forward.
speak the same language as Garvey? Did they speak the same language?
What you mean they speak the same language?
When you read the book, the rest, you said you did some research, right?
Right. So
When you did your research, can you be able to elaborate on that? Did they talk about the same Pan-Africanism? The way
no, the
Marcus Garvey did?
Pan-Africanism in America was different from the one that Africans are talking about.
Okay. So do you think those things can work?
What you mean it can work? Of course. If you look, what you mean it can work?
I'm just asking you. You're the one who's trying to apply that to everybody. So I'm asking you,
Right,
do you think it can work?
if you live, so I'm guessing you live in America, so you don't
Yes.
you don't have do you have Black American friends?
A lot, maybe more than you.
Do you talk to them?
A lot.
And you think you guys can work together?
Some of them can't. We can't.
Right. So that's the point. If some of them you can, then why is there no possibility that
I'm not
can
looking for
happen as well?
possibility to unite with people who don't want to unite with me. Vice
How
versa.
do you know they don't want to unite with you? You take a
Because
particular
because we had conversation, we spoke about it, we expound on that, and we came to the conclusion that we can be separate but still respect each other.
Yeah, let me talk about the different African groups.
Let somebody else speak up.
Yeah, let's go ahead, Big Dog.
You see,
I see why you guys are different, man.
Jude,
It's hard to come back.
let him
finally
speak.
getting it, Jude. You're finally getting it. It's
Go ahead.
finally.
You see, this fantasy, this guy's, this Jude is having. Sorry, Jude, if I measure whatever you measure, I think they are better, smart Cameroonian, beautiful Cameroonians than this guy. This guy have fantasy that cannot even sell on his own street, or fantasy cannot even sell on his backyard. Pan-Africanists cannot even sell on his own street or in his own, even in his own backyard. Africans doesn't understand what's called Pan-African. You understand me? So it's just good. You see, when you deal with other people, especially those ones you meet over in America, these American blacks, don't play no games. Don't give them the fantasy, because these people they're not fantasizing with you. You want to let them know the truth. And the truth is, I'm echoing. The truth is, don't come and persuade them, because you see, Jude is in one channel, the Wakanda Woman channel, and Jude is promoting this. Come back, we'll give you land. Come back, we'll do this. And that lady, her purpose of just sitting down there, fantasizing about anything, smarter in Gambia. But I will build my family in Gambia. In Gambia. But when Ghana president just jump into, when Ghana president just jump into reparation, her true color was out. That was it.
No, do you know the guy on the panel, in that panel you're talking about? He's here down. He's from Gambia.
Please, Jude.
Wait.
Jude, guys, we're coming towards the end.
So
We've been here 4 hours, so I'm gonna start giving guys closing statements, 30 seconds. But let me read this and you can close it. MS Delta said, Jude, read about the La Negritude in Senegal. The movement made a deliberate choice to use French to communicate their literate to reach larger audience. Exactly. Go ahead, Big Dog.
My closest something is
Africans will never learn, man.
Guys, please, Jude. Go ahead, Big Dog.
The other Nigerian guy that came, who calls it chaotic truth.
Yeah.
Who want to be Black Americans, you are not us. That refuse to be a Nigerian. But you want to be, when you have a wife, then your wife marry you. Do you know why your wife marry you? Your wife marry you neither because she love you, and you have an identity, and you have identity cultural that stand with you. So you already know who you are and your culture. By the time you started losing your culture, and that will make who you are now become an empty human being. towards to her, they start treating you like an empty human being, but not as a real human being. You understand me? That's what in Nigeria here. If when an Igbo married to a Yoruba, it will tell the Yoruba, hold to your culture. They will say, hey, my Yoruba wife. The woman will say, my Yoruba husband. You know why? Because these are the identity of the husband and the woman. They can exchange their food. That will make who they are. So you, as African, try to sell fantasy to Black Americans who actually don't see themselves as Africans. I think it's really not the real right thing, and it's dishonest. They tell you they're not African. Respect that. They're not Africans. They are Americans black. So stop inviting people who are not part of you and they don't want to be part of you to Africa by promising them free land. That's just what Ghana did. That caused this whole mess that we are not dealing with now. Try to tell them, sorry, there's no land. The indigenous owns the land, not the king. The king cannot give no land. So that these people will finally know the truth. This beef will be over. We are not the same. Big, not the same. We're totally different. Africa different from Black America. Thank you, my brother, James.
Thank you, Big Dog, for coming again. Thank you very much. All right, that Raven, you got 30 seconds to go ahead. That Raven, are you there?
Yeah, I primarily just came just to Judy and I have a back and forth. And I'm Pan-Africanist, he's a Pan-Africanist, but Judy
Where are you from? Where are you from, that Raven?
I'm from Sudan.
Sudan. Oh yeah, I've talked to you before. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're the same type of Pan-Africanist as Judy?
Not the same type of Judy. We're different. Judy is the hardest to get through as well. Judy and I have had a back and forth. He definitely set on his ideas. So I just came to tell him, Judy, some advice when you're in this panel, since you've come out of Gina's channel. You need to read the mood of the conversation and read what type of channel you're into. Before you start bringing your message into, because you will get gobbled up when they're not ready to.
Well, thank you very much.
If the topic is about something else, stick to the topic itself. Find the channel that's talking about Pan-Africanism, and that channel will receive you well. But if you bring it to every other topic, you're gonna get killed and stabbed. So that's what I've realized, Judy. When it's time to talk about Pan-Africanism, I'll talk about Pan-Africanism. But when the channel is about another topic, stick to that topic. Otherwise,
thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We have Judah. Judah, go ahead.
All right. I want to thank my brother, man. He's from Gambia. I don't know why he says Sudan. You could tell from his accent when he said conversation instead of conversation. He's a Gambian guy. I don't know why he refused to call himself Gambia and he says Sudan. Right. But this is the thing, right? Pan-Africanists, people like us Africans, we should learn to unite. Because I keep seeing somebody is saying, oh, West Africa is different. East Africa is different. Oh, Somalia is doing this, Somalia is doing that. The more we keep preaching this hate amongst us, it's not going to take us nowhere. Because now we don't want to show African Americans.
Wait. Can you describe the hate that you speak of?
Right, because we are hating on African Americans, not calling them our brothers. We are hating on the people in the diaspora. If somebody go against us, like Chaotic Truth, they say, no, he's not African. People have to learn.
No, but he said he's not African. Nobody said that. No one said that. But go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No one said that, but somebody said on the panel, the guy, Big Dog, say, "Oh, he's a black. He's calling himself a black American." But this is the thing, right? I just want to make my point clean and clear. It's high time we stop looking on where you came from, or what part of Africa, or West Africa, or this. Because I'm a Bantu, and I'm proud of being a Bantu. And I don't care how the people in the East or Somalians treat me as a Bantu. But at the same time, we have to learn to work together. We might have different tribes. We might speak different. We might act different. But at the same time, we are the same people. Now, when it comes to the languages that you speak as a Pan-African, we believe that we were colonized by the Europeans.
And all these colonial languages that we speak are colonial languages that we adopted from the Europeans. And we feel like what we have is inferior. And we kind of look on what they have. We feel like it's superior. It's superior for a black person to speak English. And that's why sometimes when you speak with an accent, they say, oh, he got an accent, so we kind of polish our English. Now that's been, it looks good to the white man, but at the same time, it denigrates you because you want to be like them.
Thank you
Which
very
doesn't,
much.
you know, but
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
panel.
for coming.
Thank you so much. And thanks everybody on the panel. Thank you so much, man.
No
Appreciate it.
problem.
All right.
All right, Kofi, the critic, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead, Kofi. Welcome to the forum.
Thank you, brother. I kind of got the tail end of this of this conversation, but I disagree with the brother. I agree with Jude. You know, the brother saying that all African Americans, they don't consider themselves African, and all this other nonsense. Yeah, not all African Americans feel like that. And anytime you generalize, you look foolish. Right, and I understand what Jude is saying about Pan-Africanism. In every other country, Chinese, not all Chinese are the same. You have Chinese that speak different languages. Some speak Cantonese, some speak Mandarin. Are the Chinese fighting among themselves? No, they understand within the world that they are Chinese, and the world sees them the same. So they do pan-Chineism. European does pan-Europeanism. When you look at yourself as one tribe or one country and you want to compete in the world and you ignore how the world sees you, you're shooting yourself in the foot. East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, if we are black people, people that look like you and me, we have to, yes, we got tribal differences, but we're all the same at the end of the day. It makes no sense for you to go to another country and saying, well, these people hate Somalians, but I'm Gambian and Nigerian. You think
Wait,
wait,
like, what are you talking about?
No, I'm saying if you have a certain type of people, you have a certain type of people that say, well, I don't like Nigerians, like non-black African people. If you have like some white people that say, I don't like Nigerians, right? And if you're from Cameroon or Gambia and say, well, I'm fine because they hate Nigerians, it'd be foolish to think that those same racist people won't hate Gambians or Cameroonians.
Well, but wait, you already said if they say they hate Nigerian, that means they are specific. You know, I don't know what those Nigerians did to them. You know, I don't know that. You see what I'm saying?
No, I get you.
Let me finish, because what you're saying, I'm going by common sense. A lot of these things that, you know, when people say there's differences, it doesn't mean they cannot work together. There's differences amongst people. You see what I'm saying? But they still do business with each other. But what you are saying, okay, if someone says they hate Nigerian, so what if a Nigerian person says they hate Chinese? Should a Korean person be worried?
You move the goalpost. That's not my point. My point is saying
But it's the same thing. If a Nigerian, for instance, says they hate a Chinese or Korean, like they say I hate the Chinese, this Chinese person. So that means that Nigerian was able to distinguish and already know the difference of who is who, just like that white person was able to distinguish, right? And so again, since you're Pan-Africanist, why is it that you guys always take your example from like inferior position, as if you guys are helpless people, just go around, they can do things to you, you cannot stand up for yourself unless and until you form forces with strangers who sound very weak, you know, that's what would save you, but that's not reality. You see what I'm saying? The example you gave could work in any other way. I'm being honest. If someone says they hate a Nigerian person or even Gambian, to be honest with you, I could care less. I don't care. That's their prerogative. That's how they feel. That's how they feel. Like, who am I to change that? I don't want to change it.
Can I respond to that? Respect to you as your platform. I don't let you say your say, but you're distorting what I'm trying to say. That's not my example. You distorted my example and you flipped it. What I'm saying, in the context of we all African, no matter where you go outside of Africa, you could say you're from whatever country, you could say you're from whatever tribe, they still going to see you as an African. So with that in mind, if you have a non-African black person in the States or in Europe says that I don't like, let me not personalize it, I don't like a particular African people from a particular tribe or country, if you're not from that particular tribe or country, it's foolish to think that that same person will not have any hate towards you because they're going to see you as an African. Just like African Americans will say, well, I ain't African, right? So you can't discriminate against me or say anything or see me as an African, because we know the whole reason of racism, because white people know that you're African, you're from African descent. That's why if they're racist towards you, that's the reason why. So an African American says, well, I'm not African, they're delusional. Just because they don't feel that you're not something, that's not the reality. If your treatment is being the same, you have everybody knows you can't tell them between an African and a continental African and a black American. You can't.
Hold on, but that is
Afrodamus, I'm trying to understand something.
Yeah, sir, what you're saying is, even though you're a bit out of topic, what you're saying is it's not true. Like I live in America. Hold on, let me finish. I live in America. I've been living in America for quite some time now. You know, what you are saying, that's not reality. Again, I'm going to repeat. That's not the best example. If someone says they hate a certain individual, you know, if whatever reason they like, okay, Judah came on here, he said he hates white people. To me, hate is hate. It doesn't matter. If you, like, you, a black person, you say you hate white people, you think I'm going to trust you? I'm not going to trust you, because you have so much hate in your heart that you can't even hide it. You have to say it. If that white person is not around, that hate has to go somewhere. You see what I'm saying? If it's not white people, sir, don't interrupt. If it's not white people, you know, you'll be hating on someone else. You know, just like Big Dog said, where we come from, we're not walking around thinking these things. You know, like, you are the one that, again, that's why I'm saying there's a disconnect. I live in America. St. James lives in America. Other people live here. We have our own experiences. So what you are saying here doesn't fly with us, because that's not the reality. We live here just like you live here.
You're being contradictory. I just said that I live in America too. You live in America. He lives in America. And I just said that that's your experience. You can't put your experience onto me. Just like
No,
I
I'm
can't
not.
put my
But that's
experience
not what
onto
I'm
you.
doing. Again, but you, as a Pan-Africanist, you are trying to say to me, I should be worried about if some quote unquote mysterious white person says they hate a Nigerian person. I don't know what transpired between them. To be honest, that's none of my damn business, because that person, whatever hate they have, they're the ones living with it. They're living with the poison. That's so much work. You know, like me right here on my channel.
Would it
I
affect
have
you?
I have haters.
Oh wow.
The people that hate me, does that affect you? Are you affected by the people that hate me?
Indirectly, yes. Well, I don't know why they hate you. I don't hate anybody.
Then
I can
why do
disagree
you
with you.
speak of hate?
I disagree with
But,
you right
sir,
now, but I have no hate for you.
Sir, why do you speak of hate? You see the language that the
You
person
said hate.
uses.
I did not say anything about hate. I'm trying to give an analogy.
Wait, no, you're the one that used the word hate. That didn't come out of my mouth. You said if a white person says they hate a Nigerian person, even though might be from someplace else, you know, do I not think that person would hate me? If the person speaks hate, of course I would know, like, sure, this person, like Jude admitted here that he hates white people. To me, that translates as, okay, if a man or a woman is publicly expressing the hate they have inside of them, to me, I see that as he could hate on anybody. People can find excuses to, if you have hate in you, you would find excuses to hate the person for, you know, them being tall, short, light skin, you know, big, you know, whatever.
So
You know, you would find, hold on, you would find those excuses. What I'm saying is, this sounds like a lot of people have personal insecurities that they try to bring onto the rest of us. And that is not helping. You see, just because like I have, my experience is completely different from what you're expressing. So what now, all of a sudden I should start pretending to be weak, docile, and act like somebody who cannot stand up on my 10 toes like I've been doing my entire life. Now all of a sudden I'm going to need a group. Are you kidding me?
That's what you're saying, and that's how you just start in the conversation. If you stand up as a man and you do what you have to do, that's fine. But it's very childish and immature and willingly having blinders on to say, well, if this particular person hates a group of people from Africa, that he's gonna like African Americans. It's the same thing with the African American that says, well, the FBAs that come on here and say me and you is different. How me and you different? Oh, because you African.
So wait.
You're saying the same thing in reverse.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Then we move to St. James. I mean, I'm staying long. I gotta get off. But are you saying? I just want to be clear because we going in a circle. Are you saying to me that, you know, Black American person? If they
I'm
say
not a Black American.
No, I'm not. I said a Black American person.
Okay.
There's a reason why they say Black American, right? Because they're from America. If a Black American person says they are not African, are they lying?
Yes, they're lying.
They are lying.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so they are African. They are not Black American.
It seems like you don't understand the words that you're speaking of.
No.
Hold on.
No,
Let me respond.
Wait. Okay, I want to help you here. One second. Let me help you.
Brother,
Okay.
I don't need help. You're using words
Okay, go ahead.
and you're
Go
putting
ahead.
it in ways that you don't understand. It's confusing.
Okay, tell us.
When I said yes, they're Black Americans, right? When I say they're African, they are
African descent.
Yes, they are genetically African. Now, when you
Different
ask
from
of their
African.
culture, yes, they have a Black American culture. So the FBAs would say, I'm not African in no way, shape, or form because I
so
have
they're
a Black
wrong?
American culture that's not African.
Are they wrong?
In that regard, not necessarily. The culture they have is more European with hints of African culture in it, but it's mostly European.
Okay, so how would a Black American person or myself here or other people saying a Black American, yes, genetically they're African, but they are not African. They haven't been African for over 250 years now.
So you agree with the FBAs then?
Yes.
Okay,
They are
so
a different
now I'm
group.
clear.
Yeah, FBA says, yeah.
So what of an African, a continental African that comes to America, right? And they live in America. They've been in America since they were 3, and they're raised up. Would that person be a Black American?
They can choose whatever they are. If they are lost, that's on them.
No,
You know
not
what I'm
choice.
saying?
No, I'm asking if you're raised in America, right? You go to school with Americans, you eat with them, you go to the sporting events, you're Americanized. If a continental African,
you can be Americanized.
okay, so
That doesn't
but
make
they're
you
still
American.
African, right? but they're still
Huh?
African. But
Sir, hold on. If you grow up, I'm guessing if you're 3, I would hope you have your parents who already know their culture. You know, they would teach you this. You know, you go to school with different people. You don't all of a sudden, just because you went to school with them, that doesn't mean you become that. You are still you. They are them. Different cultures. So I would hope if you're a 3-year-old, you are not there by yourself or being raised by the wolves. You have parents, and I would think the parents would care enough, be proud of who they are, and teach the child about their real identity. School, job, nothing should be able to change that. I see Chinese kids here, Asians, even most Africans. They are born here. They go to school with all different groups, whites, blacks, but they continue to practice their culture, their religion. They speak their language because their parents teach them this. This is the truth.
That's true, but that's not as across the board. Me being here, living in New York, living in stuff like that. Some people I don't, African brothers that I have, or even some people you even know who they are till you know them personally, and they adopt a lot of Americanized cultures.
Yeah, well, that's fine. If that's again, that
the
doesn't
whole
mean.
point that I'm trying to say
Wait,
is that you
again,
have African Americans that are generations removed from being African,
so
not
they are
by
not
choice,
African.
not by
Well,
choice, by
sir,
force. So
sir,
you
it
just
doesn't
can't say
matter.
they're not African.
So wait a minute. So you're making again. Do you respect Black Americans?
Yes, I respect Black Americans and anyone who respects
Okay,
me. I
okay,
respect
hold on,
Black
hold on, hold on,
Americans
hold on. Let me
because
say
they're
this.
my people.
Wait. Okay, if Black Americans, do you think Black American person knows that who they are? Do you think they know that they're Americans or not? I'm just asking.
Yes, they know they're American because they were born
Okay,
in America.
so why would anybody fight with them? Like you're saying, why would if a Black American, because we have the word Black American, they tell you this is who I am not African, I'm African descent. Why would anybody argue with a
Oh no,
person?
you're giving them more credit than I would give them because most of them won't even admit that they're African descent. I'm talking about the ones who
But
say
they are
they're
not.
not
But
African descent.
again, that's their choice. They will not be wrong.
It could be your choice to say I have wings and fly off a building.
Look, if I say,
brother, why are you cutting me off? Just because they feel
when
like
we are talking,
feelings doesn't mean facts.
Okay,
You can feel
okay.
however you want.
Okay, can you tell me what is your angle? Like, are you saying the blacks are African and they just don't know it?
Pretty much. That's like me saying you have a red hat on and don't know it, and you saying it's blue. You can say it's blue all you want. You can feel that it's blue, but we all see that it's red.
So
You
a
see what I'm
Black
saying? That's
American
my
person,
point.
let me ask you this. If a Black American goes to African countries, right? Let's say, I'll tell you where I'm from, Gambia. Black American, you go there. Are they seen as a foreigner, as a foreign person, like as an American, or as a Gambian, as one of them?
Yes, they'll be seen as a foreigner, just like a Nigerian or someone from
All right. Okay.
Nubia or whatever. They'll be a foreigner like everybody else because they're not
Okay.
Gambian.
All right. You've answered my question. Thank you. MS Delta, thank you again. He said most Black Americans say we are not Africans culturally, but have African DNA. That does not mean some African Americans and Africans can't work together. I totally agree. MS Delta said again, why Pan-Africanism wants all Blacks and Africans need to be the same? What's wrong with cultural differences? Like minds still can do business. I totally agree with you, MS Delta. It's like the examples just don't make any sense. St. James, go ahead.
I believe the Pan Africanists should take a page from this guy, the guy who's been doing sending the money. You know, I believe that most Black Americans, let me not say Black American, most Black from the West who wants to come to Africa, I believe they want to overdo it at their own expense. At their own expense. You know, and for us coming from the continent, we kind of step back and laugh at it because for us it doesn't make sense. And I totally understand, you know, the fact that some blacks in the West wants to relocate in Africa, which is not even the problem to begin with. You know, and I don't know if the return on the investment is not what they were expecting, and they want to twist it to something that's kind of different. You know, then it becomes a problem. So when you talk about Pan-Africanism, I'm like, okay, yes. But we do have other things on the continent that was great as well that you guys don't talk about. So it can't only be Pan-Africanism based on what Marcus Garvey talked about. It wasn't the only one that talked about topics
That's a
around
theory.
this. It's a theory. So if you want to apply it across the board on the continent, you as a human, as someone who has a brain, who's an African, you know that's not going to work, right? You already know that. But you want to make it appear that this is going to be simple. This is going to get done through a YouTube debate. So you are delusional. Like you said, in your own country, in Cameroon, for the little, you guys don't even get along for a minute. You guys haven't solved that yet. And you're talking about Pan-Africanism that those people, even within your own country, don't understand. So this is yes, I understand it. Black people, whatever, coming together to do business and live. Who don't want that? Like, it's okay. That's what everybody else is doing. If your money is good, I take it. It doesn't mean you have to be black, you have to be white. But for me, the last speaker, right? For me, they feel like Africans have to be together so they can fight white people.
Right.
So the perception of that is totally out of place. Like,
well,
so
that's where you get at, because you see, once you start prying, like the other guy said, he's like, I hate white people. Okay, you want to walk around with hate. It's like you live in white people's country, you know, you're over here saying you're promoting this, you know, even language, you're not speaking your own language, you know, asking silly things like this. Because I've heard one time one was saying speaking English is white supremacy, but this person, that's the only language they know. Talk about, you know, being an idiot, you know. So at some point, you know, it's like you just gotta call things out for what they are. Let's have these two. They joined me late, guys. You have 30 seconds each.
I wanted to say two things before I drop out, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm happy that you had Judy over here, right? Because he's been a pro Pan-Africanism, like but the way he goes about it, right? So he's there bombing the chat, talking about by GDP, Cameroon is better than the Gambia, right? On
It's
any
a bigger
day, I will
country
pick,
and a lot
on
more
any
people.
day, and on any day, I will pick the Gambia.
Mhm.
Why? Because it's a peaceful country. I don't look for anything else beside that. You see,
That's right.
you having a better GDP, you having a better a bigger country. It doesn't make for us African. We're looking at it. There is other things that we look at, like the other guys when it was here. Africans didn't build those skyscrapers. Who told you the Africans need those things?
Exactly.
We didn't tell you that. So you're the one trying to compare African country to European country, and these Africans are telling you we want to live our African lives the way we see fit, and you want to change that.
Right.
So that means you want to compete with a white person. You want to be a white person, and you want to impose that on the Africans on the continent. And I'm like, okay, why? Okay, go somewhere else and do that. Why not?
Look,
go somewhere else and do that.
The blacks are even more reasonable than these African Pan-Africanists. Have you noticed that?
I have noticed that because most when I was trying to tell Judy is most Black American that I talk to here in America, they don't even think about those things. When they talk about Africa, they want to come to reconnect. If there is any opportunity they can get their hands on, they will.
Right.
They don't talk about, hey, let's do this kumbaya. It don't make sense. We go piece by piece, and they understand this is very complex. And I'm like, okay, both sides, whatever side you come from, we have to talk about it. Let's be honest. If you guys can really get to that level, because when we talk about Africans, like my brother said, we are culturally, we are not Africans, which is going to be a big hurdle when you want to live in Africa. You see what I'm saying? If you're not culturally African, it might be tough for you. It might be tough for you because you're going to have to swallow your pride in order to live in those society. That's a fact. Even us coming here as African living in America, do you think we didn't have to swallow a lot of things? We did.
Yeah, right.
We did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, St. James. Thank you for coming. And Proud Somali, you got your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, I agree with the guy before the last.
Well, you know, I'm about to close. So
I think if you go to China,
who you talking about? Who?
Yeah. Just one point. No, I'm talking about the guy before the last guy. You remember, he was a Pan-African. He said, he was American. So,
Kofi.
So I think if you go to China, they will see you as a black person. These guys, they don't know about, they don't know what Gambia is or America is. Even the Chinese people, they see Americans as white people. So if you go to China, they will see us black. If you go to Turkey, they will see us black. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they see black people all as one. So I think we just have to unite somehow. If you do something bad, that will have some effect on me. We just have to admit that African American culture, that the African American culture is so dominant. It's just so huge, and we are so proud of it. So if you go to China, these guys will come to you and say, they will use these, African American celebrities. They will take pictures with you. You will feel like you are some kind of celebrity. Why? Because these guys, they know these basketball players and these musicians who are all, mostly African Americans. We are just connected. If you say I'm from Somalia, they don't know where Somalia is. So most of them, they see you as a black person. So I think we have so much. You can't just say this guy is black American or this something else. We are connected somehow. The world sees us as one people. We can see Horn Africa and West Africa, Gambia, Cameroon, but how world conceives you? The world conceives you as one people. So we have to unite. You can say I'm not African. I'm exotic. I'm not Bantu. But as long as you have this dark skin, you are black, my bro.
All right.
You are black.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Kifaru, go ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe I've missed a lot. I'm a Pan-Africanist all day. I don't know what has been going on, but I just heard you said something. I just want to ask you some few questions. You said blacks in America are not Africans. What are they?
Americans.
Okay, so we're talking about a period of 400 years. So I'm going to ask you this question. You have a child in America, okay? Let's say after a period, he's Gambian, after a period of 400 years, and this child goes to Gambia and they say you're not Gambian. Is that correct? Will you say they're correct?
Yes.
Okay, so who's an American?
Whoever is born and raised here, socialized in America, and practice the American culture, and they've been living here for generations.
Okay, so you accept that if your child goes back to Gambia and they say it has nothing to do in this country, it's not from Gambia, that's okay?
Sure. I mean, he's American.
Okay,
but he's also Gambia allows dual citizenship. So
no, I'm not talking about the political acceptance.
Well, what is accepted, here's the thing. When you have your parent or child, okay, it don't matter what the environment is, they would raise you to know your culture. Do you think I spent my entire life in Gambia? When I was a child, I lived elsewhere, different culture.
Okay, I think you didn't get my question. I'm not talking about you.
Wait a minute. But I have to give you an example of myself, which my situation is similar. So your parents, they would teach you. If they don't teach you, you just blend into the wider
society and just move on. That's just how life is.
So then you're not Gambian.
Who?
You're the one that just went and blend into the white society, even if his parent, even if it's your child.
Oh, sure.
So he can,
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
Gambians
American.
have got the right to reject his birthright that he's not Gambian, right?
He wasn't born there.
Okay, so okay, that's fine. That's just what I wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, like it's not a big deal. You
All
know,
right. Okay.
like just like Obama, right? His father is from Kenya, right?
Yeah, Obama is mixed person, first of all. So Obama can be
So
white and black.
so if you're mixed, that's what
No.
determines.
I was talking about you in particular. Let's say you get a Gambian woman, you have a child, and after 400 years,
I don't have that, so I cannot speak on
okay,
what didn't
not you.
happen.
Let me make it easy. I don't want to make it complicated.
I
A
don't
Gambian.
I don't like to do,
I think
okay,
this is just
give
a
me
simple
example.
logic.
Okay,
I'm
give me
just trying to
example. You
make
said,
it.
okay,
I'm
you
trying to
said
make
a
this logic
Gambian. I
really
want to hear
simple.
this
So
one
you're
real
trying to
quick.
make it complicated.
Hold on.
Okay,
Let
let me
me
not
read
talk
this.
about Gambia. Maybe if I'm
Let me
talking
read
about
this.
Gambia, you
Let me
feel
read
triggered.
this. Hold on, let me read this. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, Pan-Africanists, we Black Americans have Black American culture. We are not culturally African. You could say that again. You're 100% correct. This does not mean African culture is not beautiful, but it's not our culture. The man is absolutely correct. So go ahead. You were saying if a Gambian
Yes.
has a child, okay, I've
Okay,
seen,
maybe
this is
if I say
it's
Gambia,
very
it's
common.
triggered.
It's very
Yeah.
common. Yeah.
Okay, let me say Cameroonian. Let me take Gambia out of
No,
the
because
question.
like if you look at it, have you watched the African Cup of Nations, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many mixed children do you
Yeah,
see?
there are lots. A lot of them.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
do you not think these children, the reason why they went to their fathers, their original country, don't you think is because dual citizenship is extended? I think.
I'm not talking about
Wait,
the
hold on.
political acceptance.
I think what most of you conflate is you have your own country's rules, how you guys do things, and you think that's what applies all across the board.
For
And which is
example, can you give me an example?
okay.
How we do things?
I've heard you say,
Mm-hmm.
or Mamizi, or Jude said it here yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Cameroon doesn't have dual citizenship.
Yes, we don't.
Okay, so in my country, they have dual citizen. So it's not the same thing. We don't have the same rules. We
I
don't
think
speak
you've
the
not
same.
understood me yet.
Oh,
You're
no,
still talking
wait.
about
I'm coming.
political
I'm coming. We don't have the same rules. Your rule and the rule we have in my country is not the same. We don't speak the same language. Our dialects are not even similar. The only other tribe. Oh,
I
wait,
think
hold on. The
you're
only
just
other
speaking
tribe.
something
Let me
completely
finish.
out of the
Hold on.
logic. Uh-huh.
The only other tribe that have similarity to another tribe in my country is the Fullers. The Fullers in Cameroon, they have Fullers.
But that's basic logic. This is like
But
history. You can't
again.
tell Africans
But
that
what I'm
they don't
saying
have the
is,
same culture. That's a fact.
but
But that is not the question.
have you ever been to America?
Okay, let me finish my question, then you start
No.
asking your
Wait.
question.
I just want to set something here. Have you ever been to America? Have you ever lived in America?
No. What's your point?
Go ahead.
What's your point?
So you only know about Black people in America on television or online, right? You've never lived here. You've never socialized, work, or do things with Black Americans, right?
So we're talking about history. We're not talking about
No. I'm talking about reality. What
this
is
is the thing.
happening? No,
That
wait.
is a bogus argument.
Wait. No.
That is a bogus. Okay.
Wait.
Do you
No,
believe?
it's not,
Do you believe
again,
Afro-Demos? Do you
sir,
believe?
Sir, wait. I don't have all night. I just want you to clear this part.
Mm-hmm.
You've never lived in America.
Yes.
You see Black American writing. They are saying they are not Africans. They are African descent. And I know that Black American culture is not similar to at least my culture or most Africans I see. Black American culture is different from a Bamaleke culture, from your, tribe, whatever. It's different. So, so what you are doing is you want to
I think
go
I
in
asked you a really
circle.
simple
You're
question
talking
and
about
you can't answer. That's the problem.
wait. Let me finish. You want to talk about 400 years ago. I'm not interested in that.
I just asked you a simple question. I think maybe I thought it was simple, but maybe it's really complicated.
What is your
I don't know.
because you see, this is why you always gotta let the person finish talking. If you keep talking, I can't hear your question.
Okay.
You see what
Can
I'm
I
saying?
ask you again?
Well,
I just wanted to make it short.
but how come you Pan-African is? I don't think you guys.
Oh God.
Listen. I don't think you guys listen.
Okay, let me listen.
You're
to you.
always wait. You're always in a hurry to try to defend things. I'm trying to speak logic to you here. I don't care how much of a Pan-Africanist you are. You know nothing about Black Americans outside of, this silly YouTube and TV. You know nothing about their culture. That's my whole point. You literally don't. So all this is fantasy.
Are you
This
done?
is fantasy. So the question you want to ask me, go ahead. I'm listening.
So I'm going to repeat it again. I just think it was a simple question. So just say yes or no. Okay, I don't want to keep
I
pushing
don't
this
do
thing because we're going to go.
Depends on
Okay.
it depends on the context.
So
I don't
I
do
ask
straight
you
yes
again.
or no.
Okay, let's say a Cameroonian or Gambia, whatever, Nigerian. Okay, both of them, they have children in America. After 400 years, these children go back to their home country. Do they have the right, like the citizens of those countries, do they have the right to tell them you're not part of this country, get out?
400 years from now?
Yes, from now. Yeah.
I don't know the future. I don't know what they
Okay,
would
that's
say.
just all I wanted to know.
I don't know what they will say.
Okay.
Just like
That was just what I wanted.
Yeah, if for you, how long does it take for somebody to live in a place for them to be their own complete different group of people?
I think if someone is indigenous to a place, he ever becomes part of that place. There's no time frame.
Okay, so if blacks come back to Africa, which land would they be indigenous to? Which country?
Well, if they want now with science, they can tell them where part they come from. And if they want, they can be. If they don't want, they cannot. No one is forcing people to
No,
be
but where?
in any
No,
country.
you're not answering my question. Okay, because the blacks, you
Okay,
said 400.
okay, I want to answer
Hold
you.
on. Let me finish. 400 years, right? Okay, they've mixed with other people, a lot of other black. They are not 100% African, so they are mixed with other people. That would mean, like now they are related to other groups of people as well. Just like so. It is safe to say at that point they are no longer African. But let's say I would go with your theory. They're African, right? And they say we come into Africa. Which land would they be indigenous to? That's my question.
The simple answer: if your children are from you, they're Gambians. Simple as that.
No, I'm speaking about the blacks.
Yes.
Okay,
It's just the same.
Hold on. We're not talking about me because like me, right?
Okay, let me talk about me.
Hold on. You and I, we've established, everyone knows where we come from. We have relatives there, we know this place. Like you cannot come to Gambia and claim to be a Gambian, like I cannot come to Cameroon and do the same. Okay, so
Absolutely
now,
not.
okay, so the blacks, they are Americans, right? So here's these Americans coming. Their ancestors were taken from Africa 400 years ago, or whatever period of time. They want to come because you use the word indigenous. I want you to name name a place they can go to and make this claim that they are indigenous to that place, because Africa is not one and the same. There's different locations
Of
So I
course,
would
of
like
course,
for
of
you,
course.
because you're Pan-Africanist, and I'm
Yes.
sure you've thought this through. So I want to hear which place
Okay.
they can pinpoint and go to and say we're indigenous to this place. Go
Good.
ahead.
That is a simple question. I think if you know about the history that all of us know, it's simple to pinpoint. Now with technology, they can easily tell you you're from Mende, you're from Bamileke. It's left for this Bamileke people to accept you or not. That's simple. That's not rocket science. If they want to go.
So DNA, you believe the DNA can tell you your tribe, and the tribe, you're gonna come with your DNA results, and they're gonna be
Yeah.
like, "Yay, you know what? You are one of us. Here is the
It happens
end."
all day, all the day. It happens every time. Now,
But you have not. You
it's
have not.
happening.
Okay, so you could not. You can't tell me a place they can go to and make
Tell
that
me
claim.
one person, I'll tell them to take their DNA test. I'll tell them where to
No,
go.
no. Again, there are
Well,
plenty of
I think
people.
this is not logical. We know all time.
What is?
It's
Tell
a
us what is logical. Tell us what
it
is
is a
logical.
fact. Okay, what is logical and what is a fact is that now, presently, African Americans, those who think or those who wish to be part of the African continent, those who have been separated from Africa from 400 years. We talk about 400 years as if it's a long period of time. It is not. They can go right now and take a DNA and it will tell them exactly where they come from. It will tell them what their DNA is linked to. They will say, okay, your DNA can be found
So let's say
your DNA is found for people who live in this tribe.
okay, and how are they? So they're just gonna go to, some tribe, right? Like let's say they say their DNA said they are Soninke,
Yeah.
for example, right? So they're gonna come to like our village, and they would be a part of the place and indigenous to it.
I don't know about your Soninke tribe, but has there ever been an African American whose DNA has linked him to Soninke and he goes there and they say, no, go away?
No, but which Soninkes they're going to choose? That's because
you're
like
talking like
there's
you're talking particular. You're talking like real particular.
so
I don't know
no,
about the
but
Soninke
okay,
tribe.
so here's my thing. The reason why I'm asking you these questions, I'm bringing you to reality. Because you and I, if you are truly from Africa, especially for somebody whose country's got over 230 tribes, like this is fantasy. This is a lot more complicated than that. Like my thing is, look, the blacks here, right? There are blacks who are interested in Africa genuinely. They genuinely, they are interested in it. They are willing to go. But my thing is this fantasy that most of you try to sell. You don't think the blacks are beginning to catch on because these emotions they are dropping it. They respect somebody who would tell them the truth. What you're saying, this is not realistic, and they
So
know
what you're trying to say, the blacks are so dumb so that they themselves don't know reality. Is that what
that's
you're
what
trying to
that's what you are
insinuate?
saying, because you are saying the
No,
blacks
I'm
the
just
blacks
waiting for
don't
your
know.
word.
Wait, because you are denying, despite you see me reading the super chat, Black American telling you that they
That's
are
just
not
one.
African.
That's one
But
part.
how many times have I heard it here online? Even you.
No,
You try to
I have
argue.
many of
Wait,
them
wait,
who
wait. You
tell
try
me
to
differently.
argue. You try to argue. You try to argue them down.
Mm-hmm.
That no, they are in fact African. They don't speak any of these languages. They are not part of any of these cultures.
No, that's not the argument.
What is your argument? MS Delta, thank you again. He said, Pan-Africanists are not practical. I did my DNA and know my African tribes. It's nice to know, but when I got to Africa, it's about business. Example, South Africa, Nigeria. Exactly. I think the God of the Pan-Africanist snatched him. St. James, give him 30 seconds so we can close in. He
No.
ran away.
I
He
didn't
ran
want
away.
to. I didn't want to come back. My battery is about to die as
Oh,
well.
okay, okay. I'll
Yeah,
talk.
but listen. There is somebody who's bombing your chat, right? I think he's hurt. He's very hurt, you know. And I'm happy that he's hurt because this come from family.
Who said they are hurt?
No, there's somebody who's bombing your chat right now, talking about country by GDP being better than the other country. So have you noticed, right? Many Africans, right, when they don't get their point across, right, they
Of
decide,
course.
they get to those things. These talking
Yeah,
points.
because here's the thing: we expose the hypocrisy and lie. Because when they come and promote again, you see what I was saying here.
Yeah.
He said he hated white people, right?
Yeah.
But when there's no white people around for him to spew his hate on, who did he spew it on?
On us, on others.
You see my point?
Yes, and it's showing. I take Africans to task every time. Africans like those type, I take them to task, and they all resort to the same thing. They will fall on. They will make the same mistake. No one ever said Cameroon is not a nice country. No one ever said Cameroon is a poor country. No one ever said all the things that you are saying. I will never come here and compare my country to somebody else's country. I will never do that. But for him to sit there and talk about my country is far better, what does that mean? You are telling me I can't even unite with you. You just made my point.
Yep, inferiority complex.
Thank you. You just made my point. There is no point of me uniting with you.
Look,
and that's the end of the conversation.
They think people are sleeping. There's Jamaicans, there's the Haitians, there's all these Caribbean blacks. They came from Africa too. But why are they trying to force only the black Americans to tell? That's like disrespecting them. They don't think they are smart enough to know. They are tricking them. Oh no, you are African.
They're trying to sell them a dream, an African dream. That don't exist because they thought, black American, like black folks in the West don't travel. So they wanted to sell them a dream. When that dream didn't work, they will resort to those things. Right. I am proud of where I'm from. There is nothing you can take away from that. I'm proud of where I'm from. I will defend. If you see our slogan, it will say nation to the death. That's what it says. This is my slogan. I did not invent that. Cameroon being better than Burkina Faso, I can care less. I would never lose sleep over that. I will never feel inferior towards you. Never, ever. So I don't know, you talking to the wrong guys, man. I don't check on TVs watching Cameroon. There is nothing to be impressed about your country, but I still do respect your country. So don't sit here and talk about Cameroon. We all African here. Don't take it there with me. We can take it there. We trying to be respectful towards each other's country. Let's do that. If you want to tear down other people's country, we can go there, my brother. We can do it.
Wow.
I had a very big thunderstorm that break
are you in Mississippi or?
No, a really heavy one. I don't know what happened, and all the electricity.
All right, well, Kifaru, I've been here almost 5 hours.
Yes,
you got quick 40 seconds, and I gotta wrap it up.
It's almost 5 hours. I know it's been a long time.
Yeah, I would need to edit this into 2 parts.
This is the thing I'm gonna say. I think people are free. Some people see African in them. Some people don't. Okay, so people who see themselves as African and want to be part of the African continent, there's nothing wrong with that. We should encourage them. Those who don't see themselves as Africans and they don't want to be part of the African continent, that is okay. I
agree with you, but here's the thing. I'm going to wrap it up with this. I would take your word and respect it more when you step foot here in America, live amongst the blacks, and you are able to sell Cameroon to the blacks. Then
let me ask something. Okay? Kifar, are you from Cameroon?
Yes.
Get rid of Paul Biya and come talk to me because we did in my country. Get rid of him.
Do you want
is that a possibility? Is that a possibility?
What did you get rid of?
Blaise Compaoré.
They just got rid of plenty. They got rid of several people, sir.
A lot of people. It's not perfect there. It's not perfect there, but the people. It's not
Listen,
perfect there, but the people are
listen.
trying, right? You
No
guys
one, no
you
one
guys
is
have a
comparing.
president who's been there for more than 30 years.
No
More
one
than
is
30 years.
comparing.
So
Well, this is the thing. I don't want to get
No,
into.
somebody is comparing Kifaru.
so he's
Before you say
comparing,
that,
so that's why I'm trying to
Kifaru,
bring this, right?
your
I'm
your
trying to
fellow
bring this.
countryman,
Mm. Well, I'll
go
start talking
go
about
read in the
comparison,
chat. Look,
Cameroon. We
yes,
can,
he's saying, here's the thing. I don't want us to get into all that, but your fellow countryman
Mhm.
is the one, look in the chat. He's saying all these things, and he's coming at Burkina. He's even said stuff about Gambia, but I don't. Again,
No, we can.
I
To
don't
me, I
respond
don't. I
to
don't get into those kind of debates again because all African countries have got their own issue. There's not
Okay.
really like a better one.
Burkina produced Thomas Sankara. What did Cameroon produce? As when we talk about Pan-Africanism, what did
Paul
Cameroon
Biya.
produce?
Paul Biya.
Okay, it's not even. We don't compare. You have to thank us because Sankara also speak about you. Every African country. He could have just just spoke about Burkina, but the guys went out of his way to speak about Africa. So you shouldn't.
I think all Africans love Thomas Sankara.
Okay, so let
Thomas
the guys
Sankara,
know that we produced them.
Thomas Sankara, it's a hero for most African country. I'm not gonna say Paul Biya is the best. It's a problem, and everyone knows that. So I'm not gonna fight against Paul Biya. But as I said, each African country has got their own issue, and they're fighting it in their own way. You might not see it. You might not see I might not see what's going on in Burkina Faso. You might not see what's going on in Cameroon and Gambia, but we all have issues.
Well, Kifaru, thank you so much. St. James,
Thank
guys.
you for having me.
Hey,
Yeah.
no problem. You're welcome here anytime.
Next time.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you.
Get rid of Paul Biya so Pan-Africanism can live again.
Yeah, we're trying. We are trying.
All right.
He's a
Thank
king.
you.
We're trying. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. You're welcome here anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, look, I didn't plan on staying this long, but as you can see with these Pan-African talks, when you started, the Pan-Africans, they start coming in later. They jump on. But overall, I think, it's been a great conversation. People can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, take what you can from the conversation. Don't be emotional about everything. Be logical. I'm not saying I'm trying to dictate your identity to you. But when you speak of unity, all this stuff, do not bring these fantasies into it. Take care of your own personal problems, before you bring your issues to the streets here, thinking that, everybody feels that way. Learn to read the room, learn to observe people, learn to listen and understand how other people think, how they see the world. Well, if you bring your ideology and try to force it onto other people, it's not going to work. It's a work in progress, but eventually, I think many would eventually, see the truth. Sometimes all of us don't see the truth together at the same time, but, with time, things can change. Until next time, I'm your host, and I'll see you next time.